Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, October the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me and see my screen and in the main room. And Torty, thank you so much every morning telling me the same thing in our YouTube room. Well, guys, I got to talk about SMCI. Obviously, this is never a headline you want to see. Never. So SMCI shares, supermicrocomputer shares, are trading lower after the company announced its independent auditor, and these are big ones, Ernst & Young, resigned over governance and transparency concerns. Never want to see a headline like that. This stock is just getting annihilated right now. We're sitting at $48, right down to 36. What was the ratio of the forward split? You guys remember? Was it 1 to 10 or 1 for 50, 1 to 15 or 50? Do you guys remember? 1 to 10. Thank you, Daniel. So this was, man, I mean, remember this stock was well over $1,000 at one point. So, forward split adjusted, this is at 350 now. Man. So, on the daily chart, I mean, it's below these levels. It's below that level right now. What level is that? That's 37.31. Man, this is just a lot of shares available. Also, 8.2 million shares available at Interactive Broker. So I'm assuming most brokerages are going to have tons of shares available. Fee rate is next to nothing. So that is one big wow, guys, to start off the morning. It's not Chips retired Fardo. It's their auditors resigned. Their auditors resigned. Ernst & Young resigned with concerns over their financials. It's that simple. So it's not the chips. I mean, AMD, I guess, is down a little bit. AMD did it have earnings? Yeah, had earnings. So I mean, AMD is down 7%, but SMCI, it's on its own on the way down. Wow. Crushed. Haven't seen one like this for a while. I mean, look at the float, 435 million in the float, down 30%. That is amazing. I mean, guys, the next lifetime range, I mean, it's still, at the 27%, but on a monthly chart, I'm just going to have to see where this could go. Almost not worth talking about anything else. Watching just this one just getting clobbered here. So it looks like, I mean, if you look at a monthly chart, still $10 away from, you would think, is pretty good support. Pretty good support. Now, welcome Brooks to the to YouTube. Well, wow, $30 now. I think that's even worse than when a CEO abruptly quits. I think when the auditors just abruptly resign, I think that's even worse. Maybe not, but yeah, there's the SPY being dragged down by SMCI, I guess. The SPY was basically flat, or actually was up. So what are we now? The SPY's down. I mean, the SPY's down, yeah, no, 0.69, so it's not like it's collapsing. But anyway, well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at what else is happening. THAR, still hanging in there, guys. Still hanging in there. Receives EMA feedback on TH104 clinical program. Main features are proposed. So it's a bio, very low float, 1 million in the float. 12 million shares have traded already, 12 million plus, and it's up 152%. Kind of holding, actually. I mean, I know it got up to 635 and it's pulled back to 5, but it is, for something this volatile. And by the way, guys, I know somebody's going to explain it to me why. Stocks get halted when the so-called market opens, from 9:30 to 4. But in the pre-market, stocks do not get halted for volatility. Obviously, if this had happened when the market was quote unquote open, this would have got halted. I am actually surprised though there's not a news halt on this one because stocks can get halted in the pre-market for news. But anyway, I I know, draw. I know it's only news in the pre-market, but like what defines the pre-market anymore? We go to 24-hour trading. There's not going to be any such thing. But tell me what the difference is, really. Anyway, let's get on. Let's see, is ASPI is also up. ASPI, ASPI is also up. I think. Let's see if it's pulled back at all. Pretty good. ASPI is pretty good actually. Look at this. It's holding its own. Holding its own. Um, Isotope stock surge on your uranium plant agreement with TerraPower. So not okay. This company, sorry, ASPI. Okay, so it's a uranium play. Uranium's been hot, of course, with the nukes. Now I'm stunned by Reddit, guys. Reddit is an earnings play. For me, this is just flown under the radar. I mean, this is one of the as they sometimes call it, an eagerly anticipated IPO back here. Is the month of March. Is that right? Geez, it seems like it was longer than that. Anyway, IPO this in March this year, and for the next couple of months, really did nothing. But this is an all-time high now, and there's some pretty lofty price targets put on it. Now, the least lofty is from Bank of America. They put a $99 price target, but Count Roth has put it to 116 from 89. Okay, and I'm pretty sure I saw somebody else, Riley. There's somebody else though, 112 target, but I know I saw Needham. Needham has a 120. I can't see it here, but I'm sure they said 120. There we there we go. Needham, 120. Now again, doesn't mean it's going to get to, excuse me, these targets, okay? But it can hurt, okay? You release earnings. Obviously, the reaction to earnings is fabulous right now, and then you get these analysts putting in lofty price targets, so can't hurt. And then the other one that, as William said, it must be that they do a lot of stuff with professionals. Or Garmin though is an earnings play. GRMN is an earnings play, and this is a lifetime high also. I mean, look at this. Look at this move. 14% is a lifetime high now for Garmin. So this another one that could be one of these all dayers. So Reddit and Garmin could be one of these all dayers. They're both at lifetime highs, and I mean, as long as the market doesn't completely fall out of bed. So let me keep it going here, guys. Nerd Wallet, NRDS, Nerd Wallet, yeah, NRDS. So this is up 28% on earnings. Not a lot of volume yet. They released, but look at this though. They released earnings after hours yesterday. That's at mauve area on my 15-minute chart. So they released after hours, and it's holding their gains, holding the gains, and through the 200-day moving average. And if you look at a monthly chart, the next high is around 1637. So there is room for this one, almost a couple of dollars for that next high in the monthly chart. So there's Nerd Wallet and RDS. A lot of earnings plays. Corvo, I think, is another earnings play. This is not an earnings play, but I wonder if William, you want to take a look at this one. I cannot see. Here we go. Didn't see that headline. So an AB plunges as Eli Lilly drops arthritis drug from its pipeline. So what is this? Just a sympathy play? I mean, it's not. It doesn't have an official tie-in with Lilly, does it? But it's just a sympathy play because they've got the same. They're trying to do well, as it says, an arthritis therapy similar to Eli Lilly, and Lilly is dropping it. So Wainwright is trying to prop them up with a price target of 55. So that is ANAB, ANAB, basically just a kind of a sympathy play with Lilly dropping a similar drug that they have in their pipeline, discontinuing testing of it. It's not their drug, okay, but Lilly has a similar drug. All right, let's take a look at. I mean, there are a lot of earnings plays. I just can't get to them all, of course. There are a lot of earnings plays. This is some of the ones in the pre-market that I see. Can't get to them all, of course, but and you can start to see, guys. We're in earnings season. Remember last week or a week ago, 2 weeks ago, maybe. If I'd done this in the pre-market, we might have seen 4 or 5 stocks. Look at all the stocks releasing earnings. Here's one getting crushed. HMST, Home Street, is getting crushed on earnings. Wedbush is cutting their target to 12 from 15. It was already below that. HMST earnings play getting hammered down 29%. Low float, 17 million in the float. The Corvo, CRVO, QRVO, that is another earnings play getting hammered down 21% on earnings, 96 million in the float. Probably going to have to leave my monthly chart up for a lot of these because if I look at a weekly chart, I won't be able to see that next low for a lot of them. Well, in this one, at least I can. No, I can't. Look at that. I cannot see the next low on my weekly chart. So I'm going to leave my monthly chart up for a while so I can start to see these next lows. Not an earnings play, but is Bivy still doing something? There's Bivy. It's only up 10% now. BIVI, yeah, BIVI popped up to $3. It's not bad, really. I mean, it's just hanging under 3. Don't see any news for Bivy, BIVI. I don't see any news. And let's see, is SGBX, I think this is not an earnings play. Let's see, that he'll hit still here. Might have dropped off. It's a problem, some of these little guys, they pop up. Yeah, that's what happened. It got up to 140, so it was showing up here, and the pre-market act was up. Still at 4%, but it's obviously it's dropped a lot from 130 down to 112. So let's see. Completed 2 substantial projects or large contractor to the U.S. government. That was their news for SGBX. So 1.7 million in the float. That's a big pullback, though. Remini, RMNI is also an earnings play. I'm just trying to find it now. Well, I have it on my list for reasons, so perhaps it has dropped off in terms of the. Yeah, another one. Yeah, it's an earnings play. I thought I'd look at it just because when you see this, it had some room. Certainly on the monthly chart, it looked like it had a little bit of room. 54 million in the float, still up 7%, but there's probably going to be more interesting ones to take a look at. And Dairy Queen, guys. So DQ is an earnings play. Now it is. I know again. I know it's not Dairy Queen, but it's China, and it had a huge day the day before, and then yesterday it had the drop. But the interesting thing to me is that this is a China stock. When I looked at KWeb, KWeb certainly was not strong. Yeah, I mean, it went, down a couple of percent. So DQ earnings play really trading on its own, not looking at what the rest of the China market is doing. Well, PJ, as the old adage goes, one man's cesspool is another man's gold. So, I mean, Reddit, I mean, it's just, for me, it's flown under the radar. It rarely it rarely comes on my scanners, and I don't know, maybe the volume is just not abnormal most days, but my goodness, all-time high, yeah, all-time high, plus some big price targets put on it. Pro, I think, is an earnings play. Yes, it is. Pro is an earnings play also. Been sort of thumped down over the last few months, but not a bad reaction to, or great reaction to earnings so far. Not a lot of volume yet, 50,000 shares, but up 21%. Aja, is that you, Aja? You said hello yesterday, and that was it. All right, now, guys, PHUN just did not pop. Okay, that's one of those phantom prints. I can hear you. I can hear you, Aja. Yes. Well, I can't hear you. No, I can. I can read your posts. Nope, I'm the only one talking. So how are our nuke stocks today? So man, OKLO, wow, what a pop up, 27.80. That's a $2 drop now. Oh, I don't know, Ija. I have no idea. I remember if you're so you are the Ija that used to be in the room all the time. Espro. Okay, guys. So 917. So let me just quickly look. All I really want to look at the we're in for a slightly negative open. Okay. Slightly negative open. So XLE is still below that 200-day moving average. Okay. Let's take a look at retail. Retail is still, it's just hovering above that 200-day moving average. And healthcare, that was the other one that was sort of getting down closer and closer to the 200-day XLV. Yeah, look at this. Look at this, guys. So, whoa, what? In fact, healthcare is now below. Healthcare now is below that 200-day moving average. So now we've got two of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average, and retail is starting to, fade into it. So, definitely healthcare stocks are obviously taking a bit of a thumping now. So I got to ask a question for people in YouTube. If I just stopped streaming in YouTube, would that be a big deal? And you guys just come over into the main room? The reason why I'm going to be honest, YouTube just really degrades my system. When I shut you guys down, my system whispers along. I get you guys up. It's streaming. It's streaming on two platforms, and I've always wondered, like, why don't people just come into the main room? And then at noon, YouTube can be open between 12 and 1 for one of the other guys at Trade Ideas just to answer questions. We really figure why people just can't come over to the new room or to the main room. I know it's slightly more difficult. It takes maybe 5 seconds more longer, but Would definitely help me. I don't understand why the sound is much worse. Much worse. That must be something else. So I just want to ask that question because when we got to this the new room, the upgraded main room, people were saying I actually sounded better. So what's the sound like, guys? I'm just William, Draw. Those of you who've been in the room for a long time, because but, Penny is saying it's much worse. Penny is links because I'd much rather just do everything in the main room. I really would. She's in both rooms, but I'm assuming you do. Yeah, you do mute the one room. Of course you do. I mean, you know enough. You can't. You're not going to listen to me. You can't listen to me in both rooms at the same time. There is a delay in YouTube. Seriously considering it, guys. I am seriously considering it. Anyway, Snap. Yeah, Snap is also an earnings play, guys. Snap is an earnings play, known commodity. All right, 9:22. I think extra is another earnings play. EXTR. Yeah, this is another earnings play. This has been a super active one in the past. I remember this move here. This was down at $13 and it got up to, well, actually no. Thought it was a lot more. Maybe I'm thinking something else. So what I'm actually going to do, because a lot of people who are on YouTube don't even know that there's another room. And in the other room, it's just that there's more people in the other room and there's a lot more interaction amongst traders. Now, there you go, Penny. So stick in this room. Okay. So for those of you who want to go in and like go into the main room in YouTube, because you may not even know it exists. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, and then trading room is right there. Yeah, you got to give an email and all that, but I mean, it's not that big a deal. Yeah, you can access from mobile. Mobile. It's a web-based version. It's not an app. So well, let me experiment tomorrow and not open YouTube and see if there's a hue and cry. All right, guys, what I want to do now is get the layout I'm going to use once this market opens. Oops, first, make sure I save. All right, guys, just getting this loaded. Well, there's way more people in the main room, Ija. That's the thing. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. Okay, guys. So listen, this race here is now the large cap gainers from the open. Okay. What I might do is put the other one on my other monitor. I want to see because again, it tends to slow down my system when I've got two races running and everything else going on. So just let me do one thing. So maybe what I'm going to do is I'll start off with this one. Okay, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is the this is the super active one. I'm going to put this one on my other monitor, and then but I will run it from the beginning, so we'll get all the ones from the beginning. From the beginning, meaning at 9:30. Okay, guys. So what time is it now? 9:27. So anything else sneaking in here? There's not Tesla, but Telsa, or Tiziana Life Sciences, TLSA. Okay, it's sneaking in. GGLL. Oh, this is oh, okay. This is the didn't talk about Google, guys, but this is so if you want a cheaper way to play Google, this is a ETF specifically for Google. It'll give you two times the bang. So if you look at Google right now, it's probably up about 6.5%. So this one, okay, but we'll call it between 6 and 7%, and this one is up 12.5%. You'll get double. Now, of course, the problem is if Google starts to fall, this will fall twice as much. Okay. But that is a way in which you can take part in trading Google if you want. It's an earnings play today. Obviously, reaction was good. Or Alphabet, excuse me, Alphabet. Yeah, you see, this is up 6.4%, and the other one will be up 12.8%. So great reaction. So I think probably without the excuse me, the SMCI kind of dragging the market down a little bit. I mean, with Google's earnings and they release after hours. All right, guys, market's going to open in about 20 seconds or 40 seconds from now. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 50, and I'm probably going to go back to that. I know I was saying maybe take one of these from the 10-day daily breakout early. I mean, I still reserve the right, of course, but okay, guys, we have about 8 seconds. All right, we are now open. And let's see, THAR. So THAR, THAR, is now a market high. Okay, probably not a pre-market high, but let's take a look. There's the pre-market high is up here, 956. I'm sorry. This is Aspie. I'm sorry. Aspie. So this is a uranium. So the uranium. You know what? I mean, look at the float. I wish I could see the float. Don't have. I can't see the float yet. So there. Look at the DQ all over the place. So look at that drop down and then a big pop up. And we have our first halt of the day. We have SAG halting on the way up. So it dropped. This is a China company. So SAG dropped down and then it big move up and it just got halted for volatility. Now VAR is looking really interesting, guys. Excuse me, just give me a moment. All right, so THAR is THAR is looking really interesting. I had to back this daily chart out a bit because I can't see where the next highs are without having it all jumbled. Well, I actually, what am I looking at? Yeah, there's five. So the day, what's the 200-day moving average? So it's through the 200-day. It's right at it's right a little bit above the VWAP right now. THAR had some news. It's a bio had some news. Obviously, the news has been or a positive reaction. Hard for me to see where the next high is on a daily chart. So, guys, if that one's popping, let's keep an eye on LTBR again, okay? LTBR, oh, shoot. I was just waiting for maybe a 13 break. So, yesterday it did get up to 1430, okay? So, Flex is an earnings play, also, guys. Didn't really talk about this one in the pre market. I think because it dropped so much and then it's popped right back up. Flex, FLEX, and it's basically a lifetime high. I mean, the lifetime high, it looks like it's right here, 3584. So it's basically a lifetime high for Flex, FLEX, but it's early. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. But again, it's a little bit early. Let's see if it takes out, well, it's at that high right now. Takes out 36. Fever an earnings play. Yeah. Look at all the earnings plays, guys. Look at this one. Wow, what a pop. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. Wasn't doing that much in the pre-market, but look at this now. FVRR. What a pop. And wiping all this out on the weekly chart. Needham's got a $36 price target. Beats Q3 estimates, update for FY outlook, and that is FVRR, Israeli stock. Ooh, TMTC. So this is one of those SPACs, I guess. Yeah, it's a SPAC. Got halted on the way down. Well, Monkey Man, you're talking about GME. I just think that GME is a failing retailer, but hey, it's up to you, of course. You might be right. Maybe holiday sales will pop it a bit, but when do they have earnings? December 4th? Maybe. Oh, I'm glad I backed off on the LTBR, guys. I saw this. I was thinking about taking it. It was over 13. I'm glad I backed off right now. All right, guys. Another earnings play. Excel, EXEL. Another earnings play. Big gap up, showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. But I just too early. It's just too early for me. I know I said I might take some of these early, but I think I'm just going to wait 15 anyway. Let things maybe settle down. William, here's your snap that I thought you thought might fade. It's showing up also. Snap is an earnings play. SNAP, of course. Shady. So the Reddit short. Yeah, I'm just going to hold off right now. All time high. Boy, up to 114. Well, that's getting closer. I'm sorry, it's getting closer to that 120 price target that was put on it, but by I think Cowan or not Cowan, Needham. Okay, I have a request to you, Monkey Man. Is your name Randanzalo? That is somebody in our main room is asking that. If your name is Randanzalo, Garmin. Let's take a look at Garmin again. Garmin earnings play all time high. Is it holding? Yeah, it's holding. Nope. Looks like his name is Steve, and I don't not Steve from no not Steve Gomez from Trade Ideas. So his name is Steve. Thank you. Okay, give me a moment, please. So Garmin, guys, I mean, all time high for Garmin. And I think maybe we just think they're stuck in the past with their little units for GPS, but obviously they do more. Now let's take a look at Thar. Whoa, okay. Ah, shoot. Thar just got halted. Just got halted. Well, it was halted at 9:38. That showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. And this looks, well, we'll have to see. So, again, this is the first time I'm displaying this. The blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Here's your symbol. Here's your halt price. This column shows where the stock could potentially open. But as you can see, this price fluctuates. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. Okay, so if it is a 5-minute halt, this is going to open at 9:43 plus 11 seconds. Well, there's your GME, Monkey Man. Well, okay. Let's take a look at Chewy, though. Here's our news for Chewy. Well, I don't know what to say. It says Chewy stock drops after Roaring Kitty dumps his stake. It wasn't a GameStop style play. Well, I don't know what to make. Well, I don't know. I think it's absurd anyway, but okay. So stock All right, guys, let's keep an eye on this star wherever it opens. Monkey Man, you seem like an active trader. Why don't you come into the main room? Okay, come into the main room. A lot more action there. Just click on my homepage link. Click on my homepage link, and at the top, you'll see a link for the trading room. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, come back tomorrow. Okay. You must be on the West Coast, right? QNCX guys, look at this one on the move here. Big move. I sort of saw this one in the pre-market, but you know what? There was so much action in the pre-market. Can't look at them all. But QNCX, not a low float, 34 million, not high, but not a low float. Let's see if there's any. So trading higher after Rodman and Renshaw issued coverage with a buy rating and an announced $11 price target. And this stock is at 140. Okay. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so I see that VAR opened, but it actually opened below the halt price. Well, yeah, 628 was the halt, so it opened at 601. Now it hasn't pulled back a huge amount. Well, now it has. Because what I sometimes do is if a stock gets halted, say I'll use this as an example at 628, and it opens underneath, but not by much, and then it pops through that halt price again. A lot of times I will take that trade. But this is but this moved all the way back down to 529. So we'll see. We'll see if it gets over six again. Have to look at a monthly chart. Where can this one go before it hits any sort of resistance? So hard when 645. And it's hard to see. But that's a big pullback now. I mean, but you know what? Later on, it gets over six again. It could run. So there's SW, another earnings play, guys. Smurfit out of Ireland. So SW, another earnings play, and this has some room. I mean, $50 or so on the weekly chart anyway, a couple of dollars. Okay, another earnings play. Man, look at all the earnings plays. I mean, and some of these companies you never even heard of. Okay, and that's what I love about earnings season. It's the more obscure ones that have these big moves. ATRC. How well can this hold 35? I mean, this is what a great move on the weekly chart. Look at this gap up on the daily. This, of course, is a 10-day daily breakout. Wow, snap, guys. I mean, that was on the 10-day daily breakout also a little early, but there's ARTC, ARTC. All right, guys, let's see if this ARTC has any leg. Any legs in it, sorry. Well, this is aptly named, guys. This is a gap down and go. This is a gap down and go. Gap down and go. All right, ARTC giving up 35. So I'm not just wanting to come on, hold 35, and I might get into this one if it can get back over 35, and that's the ATRC. So what I'll do is I'll just put a price alert. All right. Now I haven't looked at SMCI, so it had a minor, had a pretty good bounce actually off 30, 30 to 35. All right. Well, AR. Oh, I know. You see, my computer is. I swear, guys, I'm going to delete YouTube. I've had it. Yeah, man, Fever was well, so far that was definitely the one from the 10-day daily breakout. Fever, FVRR. Now, Fun is trying to come back. Okay, Fun got down and it's trying to reverse up a little bit here, guys. There we go. Look at that big reversal. And the high yesterday was 972, of course. So, and remember what happened 3 days ago, 4 days ago now, I guess. CEO basically, well, I don't know if the correct term is resigned, but he left, and I don't think that was planned. Okay, guys, ATRC is trying to hold this 35 level. ENC, okay, let's take a look at ENSC. Oh, yeah, on your own. Give me one moment. Oh, man, okay. Give me a moment. All right, guys, that's a beauty now. It's a beauty, ATRC. It's a little bit of one more. Give me one more. That's a beauty now. Spread isn't great, but boy, it really, once it got back over that 35 level. No, I probably missed out on the flex. Yeah, yeah. Well, let's take a look at flex right now. Flex is at that high here. So this is, yeah. So all I'm doing right now, I'm just trying to concentrate on this watch list of stocks that are 10-day daily breakouts and look at the ATRC now. 35 was the alert. That's why I was fixated on it. And 36.22 now. I'm going to go back and check out some of the earlier ones. I know the fever was awesome for a while anyway. Yeah, still really good. 3083, 3083 right here. I got up to 3275. Let's take I know GameStop probably had a decent move. 2380. Yeah, look at that. 2380, 2444 now. Telling you guys, this is a scan that I'm sharing. And interestingly, yesterday this was full, but full at this time, almost too many. And I like how I like the fact that there are fewer today. And also, I'm not in love with the super cheap ones on this. I find that the ones that are, $10 plus. All right, guys, let's see now. HCCI, I don't know if this is an earnings play, not an earnings play. No, healthcare stocks, of course, were not. This is actually not bad. I mean, had a great day 2 days ago. HCTI, it's a cheap one. SPY now, let's take a look at the SPY. So the SPY now is starting to recover. The SPY is basically flat, just down a little. Dow's up, Nas is down, just flat. So market is trying to shake off that. I guess I'm not sure how much weight the SMCI has on the overall market, but so this is an earnings play, guys, on the way down. Now it broke down through the whole number, 9, not lifetime low, but very close to a lifetime low. This is HMST. So this is an earnings play. Okay, EXTR from my 10-day daily breakout. Hasn't moved. 1697 was the alert. Okay, so it's just underneath that whole number. This morning it did get up to about 1737. This is an earnings play. Going to have to take a look at a monthly chart to see where it could go before it hits anything. So the monthly high. So there is a monthly high back here at 1809. So there is certainly a little bit of room. This was back in January. So January of this year. Now this is from our AI guys. Actually, a really good one. I didn't take it, but 138 was the alert. 174. Okay, excellent one. This is a 25% move now from our AI. Have any new? Excuse me. This is the one that Rodman put a $12 price target or $11 price target. I should have kept more of an eye on this one. Okay, so if you want to go long, SMCI. This is a way in which you can do it. Plenty of liquidity. Notice it's only down 42%, whereas SMCI will be down 84%. Okay. So again, this is an ETF designed specifically for SMCI. But remember, if SMCI starts to drop, say it drops 1%, this will drop 2%. Okay, guys, I've taken my leave of the ATRC. Worked out very nicely for me. I had to have a lot of patience on it, but worked out nicely for me. OMCL, let's see this one. OMCL, this is an earnings play, guys. OMCL is an earnings play. What's the volume like? Not bad. 31 times normal. Okay, now where could this on the monthly chart? Can't see anything. Well, I just mentioned OMCL. Look at it go now, guys. OMCL did not take this one. I did not take this one, but OMCL earnings play. I mean, look at this 55, 40, 54, 55, 30 now, almost a dollar move. Okay. Now the spread is an issue for sure, but spread was a bit of an issue with the, at some point with also this one, the ATRC. It tightened enough for me to get into it. Excuse me. I think what I'll do now is I'm going to go over my homepage at 10, do it at 10 o'clock now. We've got probably people wondering, well, how could they have my scan, that one, and others? Okay, so because I'm sharing a lot of scans. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So at the very top, a way in which you can take out a subscription. Here's the promo code you can use. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Okay. So if you're wondering about trade ideas, this is what I would do. You want to try us out? You can always go like these monthlies are just month to month. It's not a like a subscription in that you're tied into anything. It's just month to month. So you can always try us out. You'll get 25% off that first month. And if you like it, well, of course, you can maintain a monthly subscription. Or if you want to take out a yearly subscription, we will honor that 25%. Okay. As long as you do it within 30 days of taking out your monthly subscription. And of course, the reason for taking out an annual subscription is your per month charge, of course, is less. But you've got to come up with the money up front. Okay. But if you're interested, I would, you can try us out for a month. And if you don't like it, just tell us you don't want us to continue to the next month. It's really that simple. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at any time in the future, please use my code. If you use my code, that will help to keep the room free. Okay. Then I can just get rid of YouTube and just concentrate on the main room. If you take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Okay. That's priority one. 10 short videos starting off with the download and install, first startup and login, scrolling down a little bit here, introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows. Okay, you must do this first. It's a software program. What we've tried to do here is cover all the important sections in very short videos. Okay. Trading 101. Now, if you're new to trading, this is designed specifically for you. Trading 101, it's a series of videos. I think there are about 38 of them. And it's all free. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. Look at fun here, guys. Fun is on the move here. PHUN. I'm noticing down here in my crawl, right down here. Stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it right here. It's free, of course. So you can sign up for it right here. And the trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And the trade of the week this week was trying to take advantage of Bitcoin, and the trade of the week is IBIT. The trigger was at 39. Now I know what I would have done if I had taken it around 39 and I got up to 42. I probably would have taken some off because it's totally reliant on what Bitcoin's doing. So, today Bitcoin is off $500, but they are designed for longer term holds. So if you took it, of course, it's up to you how you're going to trade it. Now, here is our education, the education section on my homepage. Click on it. Sorry. Yeah, this, you see, I'm really seriously thinking about just deleting YouTube, guys. And I'm sorry for YouTubers, but come into the main room. It's that simple. Okay, so if you clicked on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. Okay. So the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. So these are the ones I'm going to go over the ones that you can actually see on the monitor that I share with you. Halts resumes is here. Relative strength leaders from the close is right here. The upside movers versus downside movers is here. And on my other monitor that you cannot see, here's my my momentum scan is here. And the one that I've been fixating on is the don't repeat 10-day daily breakout is right here. So the difference, you notice I have another one that's called very similar, just not the don't repeat. So what the don't repeat does is it only shows me the stock the very first time it met all the filter requirements and the price. So I can go back and say, well, what happened from that? This would be this. This is not. This is a momentum. This is the momentum scan. This is what you would see in this scan here, if I took off the don't repeat, you'd see the stock over and over again. See how OPRT as an example, over and over again as it kept making new highs. Okay. Now, so that is what you can have. That's what the 10-day daily breakout would look like over and over again. I just like to have it in this fashion. It's up to you. Okay. It's up to you. But as you can see, I am sharing a lot of other scans. I don't have them all up and running, and neither should you. The reason being is that you'll be overwhelmed with alerts, okay? But you can take a look at some of these and hopefully I've named them appropriately so you can kind of have an idea about what they're looking for. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. And welcome to anybody who is brand new. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, approximately 3 p.m. I do take a break. I do usually take off sometime between 2:30 and 3, but the main room is open usually until 4. There's no screen sharing and nobody's on the mic, but the room is still open, still lots of activity in the room. YouTube, I do have to shut down. And that's how I know that when I shut down YouTube, my computer whispers at me. So YouTubers, I'm going to maybe seed this, come on over into the main room. So Nerds is also on that 10-day daily breakout, guys. And looking left on the monthly chart, anyway, 1638. Let me take a look at a weekly chart and see where it could. Yeah, I can't even see it on the weekly. So back to that monthly chart. So if it breaks 15, it still has a little bit of room to 1634 or so. I'm not saying it's getting there. Okay. I'm just saying I have a very simple style. All I do is I look left. If I feel I want to take a trade, what will convince me that it's worth looking at is how much room there is looking left on a daily chart. If I can't see anything looking left on a daily chart, then I look on a weekly. And if I can't see it on the weekly, then I start looking on a monthly. So if I think a stock has room to move, then it becomes a candidate. Doesn't mean I just take the trade just because it's got room. But I won't take the trade if it doesn't have room. How's that? Okay, guys, I'm going to replace this one now with the large cap gainers. Okay, I want to see if that helps my system a little bit. So let me explain this and also just explain what Trade Ideas is all about. We are fabulous at real time alerting. It's really that simple. We are a real time alert scanner. And we do other things, of course, but what we're really, really good at is real time alerting. So this is my momentum scan. I'll demonstrate what I mean by using the momentum scan. If I right click on it and click on configure and then click on summary, English language telling me exactly what this scan is looking for. Okay. So there are a lot of screening programs out there. And I don't slag screening programs. There's nothing wrong with them if that's all you want. But we take it a step further. We can screen, of course, but we take it a step further in giving you real time alerting, all real time alerting. So in this particular scan, the stock is between $1 and $100. Excuse me. The current volume is at least three. That means it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is now 10:14 Eastern time. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. That's why I call it a momentum scan. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that is why you're seeing OPRT. Okay. So you're seeing OPRT and you can see the time 10:14 plus 30 seconds. So, 8 seconds ago. So every time, so if a stock meets all these filter requirements and makes a new high for the day, you're going to see it here. So if you like the scan the way it is, then great. It's on my homepage. You can have it just the way it is. But of course, if you want to make changes, you may do so, of course. Maybe you don't like that price range. Maybe there's something else you either don't like about it, or maybe you've got a filter you want to add yourself. Up to you. This is what I like to see. It doesn't absolutely have to be what you want to see. Boy, some really good ones from that 10-day daily breakout, guys. Um, so if you want to build your own scan from scratch, of course, you can do that too. I'm going to click on search this time. So, and again, this is for the active trader. There are a lot of you out there that don't want to build your own scans. You can take my scans. We have scans in our toolbar, in our channel bar. We have a lot of pre-builts that so if you don't want to build your own scans, we probably have something that maybe you want to take a look at and maybe tweak it, maybe get a price range you like. But, if you don't want to build a scan from scratch, more than likely there could be something there already. But if you do want to build your scan from scratch, well, here's how you do it. So right at the very top, these are the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, all of these icons are other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, when you get to these icons, these are the filters that we've got, the screeners. So if you're new to all this, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Don't think, well, this is obviously way too hard. How am I supposed to learn all this? Well, the good news is you don't have to. The only reason there's so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, they had to create all sorts of different real time alerts and all those different filters so that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. That's the only reason. You don't have to learn them all though. If you're a somewhat experienced trader, I would scroll down. If you see something that you're familiar with, great. But don't feel you have to learn them all. I hardly know any of these. Offer stepping down. I mean, I could look what it means. I can look on the help, but I don't care. But maybe somebody out there is saying, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Okay. So personally, all I use is the new high and the new low of the day. That's it. And then also just a handful of the filters. That's it. And doesn't mean that the rest of these are no good. It just means for my trading style, that's all I need. I have a real simple trading style. So yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I know you talked about day, and day's probably awesome. Yeah, it looks like it's awesome. 68 to $70 now. It's probably an earnings play. Yes, it is. Day force. There's just so much happening. Notice, I mean, we're in earnings season and not even in the big week. I mean, we're going to have some, I think we have 400 companies releasing this week. I think next week We could have 800, 1,000, and that'll be for the next several weeks. And look, some of these companies, some of you have never heard of. Notice that look, I don't want to diss Apple and Microsoft and Google and Amazon, all the big guys who release earnings. I'm not interested in them as much as these, what I call second, third, and fourth tier companies that release earnings. The more obscure ones, because these are the ones that can, they usually get sort of some sort of excitement every 3 months when they release earnings, either to the upside or to the downside. After that, they kind of go dormant. So that's why I love these ones. ATRC. I know nothing about ATRC. Nothing. I mean, I can read about them, but I don't recall seeing them on a scan in a long time for me. But look what happened. Today's earnings, and they're having their day. 28 times normal volume. Oh, of course, yeah. We saw excuse me, from our YouTube room, we saw the SMCI disaster. Yes, not a good thing when you're well-known, Ernst and Young, well-known auditor, accounting firm, says, you know what, we're quitting, we're resigning. We don't like what you guys are doing. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but whew, all right, guys. So let me go over this race a little bit, okay? Now, I notice I got rid of the other race, and that's one of the things that kind of, you can't have, at least on my system, you cannot have that many races going. It really taxes the system. There's a lot going on. It's, based on top lists and really a lot going on. But I also think that this race is probably a better race to display, especially when you have new people or people who are not that used to trading. And let me explain why. First of all, notice that there is a top 10 list being built automatically for you. Okay. This gives you a great watch list for the day. I'm running 4-minute races. Now, again, you can go to my home page, click on the education section, click on the guide, and then you'll see a whole section on TI stock racing. So I run 4-minute races. That's what I chose. You don't have to run 4-minute races. You can pick whatever time frame you want. So we're 3 minutes into this race. So what does this mean? 0.71%. That means that a firm has moved the most since the beginning of that race. This doesn't look like a lot. And now look what happened. ENVX just took over the top spot. Okay. When the race is over, a top 10 list is automatically built of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see Snap has won 2 races, DQ 2, etc. And if ENVX, which has not won a race, if this holds on to its top position, it will be that it'll go down to that 10th. It'll make the 10th or round out the 10. Okay, it will be you'll see number 10 will be, well, it won't now, but look at Flex. Flex has not won a race either. So if Flex holds on, it might move into that top 10 position. I'll give it another 14 seconds, see if that happens. And it won. So there you go. So now a top 10 list has been officially built. Okay, there it is. So now you have a top 10 list of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Now, this, if you're new to trading, this can be a wonderful watch list for you all day long. You don't have to do anything else, but just, try to follow these stocks, figure out ways to get into the trades. And The idea here is that you don't have to, number one, wait for a race to be over in order to click on an alert. In fact, what I would do is I would click on any stock you see in this list. And so right now, I own IonQ. Let's just take a look at what's happening. So you can see that IonQ, maybe it's nudging its way up. Yesterday's high though was 1774, so got a little bit of room to run. Okay, but you can see it's making higher lows. Maybe it's just over the whole number. Maybe if this meets your trading style or plan, this might be something you'll look at. The VWAP is 1659. This would have been a very interesting VWAP play. Okay, if you'd seen it, because it pulled back into the VWAP and the VWAP kind of held as support and moved off. Now, if I had that other race that I had up earlier up and running, you would see that there are some way bigger percentage moves many times. Okay. 0.4. Usually we do not get very many over 1% moves here. Okay. And the reason being, let me show you first of all that every race starts from a top list window. So I'm going to right click and open the top list window. So plenty of stocks in here. Interesting. Yeah, okay. So notice this is my top list window that this race is based on. Notice if I right click on it, it says launch real-time stock race. Okay. So that's how you can then create your own top list and launch your race from it. This is what I want to see in my top list window. So if I right click on configure, and then click on the summary. So if the stock is between $10 and $50 and the volume is at least 500,000 shares, up at least 2% from yesterday's close, and the difference between the other top list or the other race and this race is that I added a market cap has to be at least 500 million and the float has to be at least 50 million. Okay. Consequently, you're just, because of these two filters I added, you're just not going to get stocks that are moving. That's pretty big. A 1% move. But typically you're just not going to get stocks moving with the same percentages as the other race. The other race, if I open the top list of the other race, you wouldn't be able to see all the stocks. It would be, even when I have a 32-inch monitor, I would not be able to fill. And the reason being, again, is because I added the market cap and the minimum float has to be a lot higher. The other one doesn't have that. It's right here, Roman. It's right here. Large cap gainers from the open, right here. If you're talking about on my homepage, it's the second. It's the second race down. So let me explain what a top list window can still be used for. But before we had racing, this is what people would use a top list window for. So if you wanted to, with your filters in place, so I've got these filters in place: a price range, minimum volume, that market cap, etc. So if I said, okay, with those filters in place, show me the stock that is up the most from yesterday's close. Okay. So if I do that, I can, as long as I have a column header that says change from the close, which that C% is, then I can double left click on it. And this is telling me that EXTR is up 16%. I want to see the stock that is up the most from the opening trade of the day. I just double left click on it. And DQ is up 10% from its opening trade. Okay. So that is how a person would use a top list. You can still do that if you want. And that's kind of what this is doing, without any filter, without any market cap and all. This is kind of what this, the change from the close is doing. This one showing the really super active stocks. But what the race does is, GME has been active. What if GME all of a sudden, right now it's up 4% from yesterday's close? What if it just, a charge was put into it? And instead of being up 4%, it's up now 5%, 10%, 15%, moving up this list of stocks. Hard to see a stock that is really moving up. Well, that's what the race does. And this is great for people who are saying, well, I don't really want to see the stock that's up the most for the day or up the most from the open. How about something that is still, still reasonable, but is now starting to move? And that's what the race can do. Okay. Because it doesn't care. The race doesn't care if a stock is near the high of the day or up most from yesterday's close or up the most from its opening trade. All it cares about is in that list of stocks, what stock is moving the most. Okay. So right now, JKS. Now, might say, well, this is going to be a boring race. Not necessarily at all. These can give you, and this is why I'm saying, if you're new to trading, this is probably a better race to look at because you're not going to get usually the wild, volatile swings that you'll get from that other race. So, Johnny Mac, are you a subscriber? Okay, well, then all you have to do is go to my homepage. Moment. So, if you go to my homepage and click on that link that I just put in there and just scroll down, so you see the scan section, and here it is. Okay, so again, the two versions of it, it's right there. So you can just load it right there. There it is. Okay. So again, you can have this, which is you're going to have it look like this, where you're only going to see the stock the first time it met all the filter requirements. You will not, you will not see the stock. I know this is not the same. This is not the same scan, of course. But see how you get the repeating version. I could create. In fact, there's a part of me that wants to create the don't repeat on this one too. Okay, because it sort of gets overwhelming. And in order to have the don't repeat, just to show people, if you just want to see a stock like the first time, like right here, and then after that you don't want to see it anymore, well, you have some options. So if I right click on this momentum scan as an example and click on properties, and then notice there's an option that says don't repeat. So you'll have your options right here, the drop down menu. So you can say, well, don't repeat. I don't want to see it every second it makes a new high. So let's give it a minute rest. So if it makes a new high a minute later, I want to see it, or 5 minutes, or 15, or 30, an hour, or for a day. That's what this one is doing. I don't want to see it afterwards. And again, the reason being is that now this gives me the opportunity to go back and say, well, what did ASPI do? From that 896 alert at 9:30, what did it do from there? And I can go through all these and see how did they work out? All right, so Polo in our YouTube room, do we have to pay to join your page on Trade Ideas? Well, you have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas. Or obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but to have my scans, which are all Trade Ideas scans, you have to be a subscriber, but you don't have to pay anything extra if that's what you mean. Okay, guys. Well, I am. Let's see. I'm just kind of biding my time now. I say I had a very nice trade in that ATRC, and at this point, I mean, there are some stocks that have just. I mean, this is a wonderful stock that has just been trending higher all day. Not very much of a pullback. So I want to go over this QNCX. This is from our AI, okay? The alert was at 138. Now this stock got all the way up, a tremendous percentage move at what up to 180 before it came down. You people want to automate the AI, okay? We don't allow that anymore. But you've got to have some trading sense, okay? Hopefully it makes sense that if you took this QNCX, and you didn't have to get right in at 138. You could have, watched it trade for a bit, maybe get in around the 140 mark. This is a 5-minute chart, so you had time. And then, you watch it go up here. Now, I'm not saying that anybody's going to get in right at the very penny at 138 and get in right at the very top. But if you can capture the middle two-thirds of moves like this, it's awesome. Okay. You've got to be able to figure out, okay, this as this starts to move down, you've got to take some off. I mean, this is, fairly low float, not crazy low float, but with these sort of moves up can come disaster moves down. Okay, so right now, if you looked at the AI, it looks like, well, that's down 4%. Well, yeah, it is now if you didn't trade out of it. Okay. All right, guys. Now, nerds, NRDS, I think I'm going to take a little. I'm going to go crazy on it because, okay, nerds, guys. So through the 200-day moving average, it's an earnings play. It showed up on my scan at 1490. But you know me, I want to see a break of the whole number. It looks like it's trying to hold. If it breaks down below it, I'll just get out. That's simple. And but it's got a little bit of room on that. Well, it's got a lot of room actually on a percentage. I'm not saying it's going to get to 1638. At least we don't have to worry about chart resistance. But if it breaks down through 15, and it might, and I'll just get out of it. In fact, goodbye. Okay, goodbye. But I can always get back in if I can. So what I typically do, guys, also is that again, I had a nice trade on the ATRC. So typically, what I do is I don't vary my risk amount per trade by very much. And what I mean by that is, maybe later on I'll go over money management, but I typically keep the risk amount per trade about the same every single trade. So I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 100 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade within reason. Now, but if I do well on a trade early on, and I did well on that first trade, then a lot of times what I'll do is I will reduce my risk going forward. I don't want to give it all back. So just to put out some numbers, if I were risking $500 a trade, maybe I'll reduce that down to 200. Okay, for the balance of the day. Well, it's half a cent a share under Zoom. Under Zoom, okay, half a cent a share. I know Quest rate is 4.95 flat, so it's half a cent a share at Interactive Brokers. That's the commission. So we're starting to get some reversals now in the nukes. SMR is moving down. I see. Cake is an earnings play, guys. Cheesecake with a massive menu. and all very healthy. Probably one of the more healthy places to eat. Okay, so now Nerds is back over. Nerds is back. This reminds me of now. It didn't work yesterday with LAC. Yesterday I traded LAC twice. It didn't. First one didn't work. Second one I got out flat. I was looking to get back into it. Never happened. But it reminds me of what I did with the fun one day, and I can't remember the other one. I had to. Took me 3 times before it worked for me. Yeah, Mira, another new high, guys. So the high last month was 193. So the high the next month, 1 month over, is 279. So there is some room. Let me bring up a weekly chart and see on a weekly chart. Looks like the same thing. So there's room. I mean, there is room for Mirror to keep running, guys. A low float, 10.9 million in the float. It's had a nice week last week. Started at $1 last week, closed up here at $1.31, and an even better week. I don't know what they do. They are a bio. So let's start taking a look at some of these ones that won races and see if anything is sort of setting up. So here's EXTR as an example. So look at the VWAP. Okay, if you're a VWAP, if you're sort of like looking at the VWAP and seeing whether or not the VWAP can either hold a stock as support, on the way down, or if you're looking to maybe short something to see if the VWAP acts as resistance on the way up. But right now, the VWAP is at 1656. So it's sitting right at the VWAP. So if you're a VWAP style player, maybe you're looking at this and going, well, boy, this is really holding it. If it pops off the VWAP a little bit, maybe I want to take this trade and put my stop right around the VWAP. I mean, that's up to you. All sorts of different trading styles. And that's what I would do. I would just take your list here. Now, if you load this stock, if you load this scan or this race right now, you're not going to have my list. The list, it starts whenever you load it. Okay. So if you think, well, wait a minute, I just loaded that. How come I'm not seeing the same things? So I start this running at 9:30 Eastern time. I haven't really looked at our halts resumed. So this got halted on the way down and resumed. So on the way down. Okay, now Nerds is giving us a little bit of a look here in our DS. Yeah, now it's dropping. I didn't like that. I didn't like the spread that much, so I may just get a pass on this one. So how is Reddit doing? RDDT. How is Reddit doing? Yeah. So my premise earlier was this might be an all day hold. Okay. This was in the pre-market when I saw this, and so far, I didn't do it, but we got a price target of 120 put on it by I think Needham. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just conversing with somebody at Trade Ideas. Okay, guys, now this is interesting. Now this is also an AI alert. Okay, this is actually pretty good from our AI. It's an earnings play, ITCI. Oh, I know why. I'm sure it would show up on my 10-day daily breakout, except my price, my max price, I think is 75, 65. I thought I upped it. So again, if this is a template that I use, all right. If you wanted to see stocks over, all the way up to 100 or another price range, you can do that. This one would have shown up almost for sure because I mean the volume is fine. Uh, Current volume has to be at least 8. It's 14. Stuff like that. So I mean, you can always take my scans and just adjust them to your style of trading. This is one I don't think I've ever seen before. CCL, CCEL, guys. So a little pop here. How much volume? That's not a lot of volume. So that's why I don't see it very often. Look at this: 158,000 shares have traded today. Okay, for CCEL, that is 78 times normal. So if 158,000 shares represents 78,000 or 78 times normal, obviously this doesn't trade very much. Now it's having a bit of a day today. For it, look at the volume. Look at its daily volume here. So for some reason, it's having a day. And I try to have some news. It declares a 25-cent dividend. Give me one moment, guys. Here's another one, a lifetime high. I mean, a lifetime high for ITCI. So, what did Garmin end up doing? GRMN. Look at Garmin. These are the ones I wanted to, even I know it's way outside of the price range I normally like, but, we're looking for those ones that just have steady moves all day long. And, so far, Garmin, certainly the ITCI, and Reddit. Reddit had a bit of a dip, but, a little bit of a dip, but really, what do they all share? They share two things. They're all earnings plays and they're lifetime highs. Okay, they're lifetime highs. So we start to see stocks that are going forward during this earnings season who release earnings and are all-time highs. Pay attention. Now, one of the things you can do, one of the things you can do is let's go to my homepage. So, no, I can't tell you that, Casey. Is it too late? I don't know. I mean, it can still, it has a 120 price target. I'm not saying it's going to get into it, but obviously down here was a far better entry. So I don't want to say yes and then it drops on you or say no and it moves higher on you. I mean, you have to, right now it's a little extended, but it looks like it wants to keep inching up. So clicking on my homepage link, okay, and this is what you can do. Click here. Now, one of the scans, this is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, I've been using this forever. When I open the scan, this is what I use in the pre-market. So when you're here, if you're here during when I start getting on the mic at 9 o'clock, you're seeing this scan. So I don't know if I've got it here. No. So like this is what I'll do. What you can do is you can also add a column, configure, search. I'm going to type in lifetime, position and lifetime range, add the filter, put 100. If you want to put just underneath, that's fine. But right now, then, sorry, I just want it as a column. Sorry, I just want it as a column. So let's do this again. I don't want to filter on that. I just want to have it as a column. Okay, show the column. Okay, and say, okay, okay. So now we've got the lifetime range. Now you can sort on that. Okay. So you can see here's Reddit, here's ASPI, here's Garmin, here's MCY. These are stocks that are all lifetime highs. Okay. I mean, look at them all. So, if a stock is moving and it's also a lifetime high, there's the ASPI. I mean, that's a cheap one to be a lifetime high, but these are all the lifetime highs. If you don't see, when you start to see a little sliver of white here, like as I move down, start to see a little sliver of white here, that means it's not quite at a lifetime high. If you want, I like the visual and I like the visual, but if I wanted to, So I could have it instead of the pictorially, I could have it the actual number. Okay, so you can see exactly where they are with respect to a lifetime high. Now, if you're wondering why would it say 172%, that's because it's looking left at at the last daily. It doesn't look at today. It looks at the last daily high, which right here, this was a lifetime high, obviously, also for Reddit, 83. That's what it's doing. That's why it can say 171%. Okay, so that's what you can do. All right, guys. So let's see if there's anything. So this is what I want to do. I want to go back. We'll go back in time. And let's just take a look at what happened from the original alert, okay, in the 10-day daily breakout. So let's take a look at ASPE. So the alert was at 9:30, at 8:96. On. Give me a moment. Okay, so let's take a look at, let's go back in time and say what happened to all these. So again, there's the ASPE. Now, again, I don't like taking these right off the bat. I know I was toying with the idea of taking some of these really early. I do like to wait. Look at that one, for instance. Look at the ATRC at 9:45. I like to wait 15 minutes. But anyway, so let's take a look. If you looked at this one at 9:30, 8:96. So what did it do? I mean, it got up to 9:25. Not bad, but then it fell. So I wouldn't call that a super winner. Okay, but I mean, at least it did move and the positively from there. 2685. I mean, obviously, this one was a fabulous before it fell. It got up to 2815 from 2685. SMR, I'm sure, did something very similar. SMR, the alert was at 2265. So this one didn't really move that much. Flex, let's see what happened with Flex, 3569. 3569. So, I mean, not bad. It got up to 3697. Excel, 3268. Got up to 33.32. Not bad. I know the fever had a run. 30.83 before it pulled back. 32.72. I mean, there's $2. I don't know what a Snap I know got over 12. I mean, look at Snap was awesome. I mean, 11.99 before it pulled back at all. It got up to 12.76. I mean, that's a great percentage move. So you can see why. I mean, I use it as like a watch list. Sometimes the stock hasn't moved in a while. I might have looked at Snap and said, wow, hasn't really moved from the 11.99, even though it happened an hour ago or over an hour ago. Now, THAR, that one did not. Well, actually, I mean, I suppose you could say it did. I got up to 640. GME 2380. Yeah, I mean 2466, 2455, not bad. This one worked out very well for me. The ATRC 3663 on the high. OMF 5166. Let's see where it went. I mean, look at this. There's a dollar move. QNCX, before it pulled back, not bad. EXTR 1697. So this is right now, this is really the only one that really didn't have a nice move right from the alert. And they're all going to be, okay? 54 OMCL 5454. Not bad. 55, a dollar move there. Cake 49.43. Little bit of a move. Not now this is the one that, yeah, this one I wouldn't call, yeah, this was way too erratic. So I would say this one did not work. Now here we get into the ones that are kind of cheap, which I don't really, not really finding that they're having the big moves. 363, yeah, didn't move. PMCB 235. Now how about Cocoa? How about Cocoa? 3144. All right, well, you never know. 3144 right now, this could start to move. So anyway, that's why I like to go back and see, well, what happened from, so you can see that this produced a lot of very nice nice breakouts even though a stock was already up a lot, they still broke up a little bit more. Well, Home Grumpery, I already said there she blows in the pre-market, so I patented it already. And I wonder who you are. Now, on the flip side, guys, which I have not really paid that much attention to, this is the flip version of the breakout. This is the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. So again, the same idea. Now these are on the short side. I do know that ANAB 2257. So that is pretty nice. I'm not going to look at them all, but so again, if you're interested in shorts, I'm sharing that one also. It's just called the 10-day daily breakdown. And understand, you can also use these and also the don't repeat on the way up as potential topping plays. I mean, if a stock, you get this one, get something, and it's moving nicely and it stalls, you might look at that and go, well, I think maybe it's run its course, and maybe you turn around and short it, as a watch list. All right, guys. So let's take a look at now. JKS. Let's take a look at JKS. Why would I pick on that one? Well, it's just over the whole number. I love the breaks of the whole number. And 20, I mean, it's got room. Look at JKS. This is an earnings play, JKS, China stock, but I don't know if it really has anything to do with what the overall China market's doing. 28.33 is the next high. So, I mean, JKS has room. Okay. And it is an earnings play. Let's take a look at K-Web just in general to see what the China stocks are doing. Yeah, so I mean, China stocks are basically flat. Well, overall China market is flat today. So again, guys, as I said before, this is a trading, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions out there, don't be shy. Okay, you can ask me questions all day long. If I'm in a trade that I requires my 100% attention, I'll certainly let you know. But you can generally ask me. Well, you can ask me questions all day long. Do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, though, I will not be able to answer that. But but I will be able to direct you to the correct parties. So this XLO was on the move, guys. Zilio Therapeutics, XLO was on the move. All right, guys. So let's take a look. I saw DRS earlier. I don't know if this is an earnings play. Another earnings play. Yeah, Leonardo DRS. Um, all right, guys. Here's another one. BRSP. I'm just checking out some of these cheaper ones. Oh, interesting. BRSP. But look left. What do you see? $6 right here, and the 200-day moving average at 617. So right there, right there, right there, it cancels out for me a potential trade. All right, guys. So I have a confirmation on who's going to be in the YouTube at noon. We're going to have a double dose of Andy Lindloff this week. So Andy's going to take over for me when I take my break between 12 and 1. This ATRC is just hanging tough. Mr. Pepe, are you around by any chance? Or should I say Senor Pepe? Zero chance. So my system seems to have really quieted down when I got rid of that other race. And I'm just wondering if that race was just so active, with things moving up and down so rapidly, that was maybe one of the reasons. And maybe that's more to it because this is just not as active. Stocks moving up and down that much. So maybe YouTubers will have a reprieve. I won't lobby to shut you guys down. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I can define rendering, but I don't understand what that means in that concept. Ew. EW guys. So what is happening here for EW? A little bit of a bounce taking place here. Yeah, okay, that's what I kind of thought. So yeah, trying to draw the race more frequently. I so that is it's too bad, but all right, guys, maybe a bounce in this one. WCT just got hammered down. WCT down, not an earnings play. Don't know what the deal in this one is, but oh, wow, it's still halted. Okay, it is still halted. Now, imagine that if it opened at 680. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I'll be back. Give me another couple of minutes, okay? I'll be right back. What time is it right now? 11:15, maybe about 11:20. Okay, I'll be back at about 11:20. All right, guys, I'm back. Isn't this BuzzFeed? BZFD? BZFD? Is that BuzzFeed? Yeah, this is BuzzFeed. So another one of these, I think we'll call it social media. And moving here a little bit. All right, I'm going to have to start paying a little more attention to my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, here's Livin, Live Nation, well, I thought it was Live Nation. Livinova, LIVN, 52.35 is just underneath 52 now. The next low looking left is 51.11. So, had some room. I'm going to start paying attention to that a little bit more now, especially if the market, tries to dip a little bit. Though most of these stocks, if it's an earnings play, most of them will just kind of trade on their own to a certain extent. Okay, not caring that much about what the market's doing. Guys, this ENVX has some room, I think. Well, the next high is 1190. Okay, on the daily chart, 1190, 1194. Well, okay, you can see that if I can take out 12, stick an alert around 1203 and see if later on it does. If it does, because then the next high is around 1280. So I'll just stick an alert up in that area and now just forget about it. I looked at DJT today. It's not coming across any of the scans. So let's see. What is happening? Okay, so we're starting to get obviously, I don't know, profit taking, whatever you want to call it. So the low yesterday was 43.35. The low today is 43.83. All right, so it got close to the low yesterday. I'm going to stick a price alert in that area. No shorts available for me at Interactive Broker, so we'll see if there's some short covering a little bit later. So this one got halted on the way down, YYAI, and now it's halted on the way up. What did that other one do? Oh, it's still halted. WCT is still halted. So again, typically they are 5-minute halts, but this is halted for a long time now. Still halted. Now, my theory on why it is still halted, there's no way in the world that it's going to open at 670. But the market makers, they're not. Uh, and again, somebody can correct me if I'm completely wrong, but the market makers have to get that a little more close to 506. Even if it's 550, but because there's no way it's going to open at 670. But right now, nobody's willing to budge. So that is why I think it's a longer halt. We've seen that before. When we've seen a huge discrepancy between the halt price and the potential open, and it'll just remain halted until that gets a little bit closer, in my opinion. All right, guys, 11:23. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. And I say Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay, now WCT finally did open. Well, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I mean, it actually opened and at that big gap. Wow. I mean, it opened at that gap. Amazing. Because remember, it was halted at 460 and it opened at 655. Guys, this to me is maybe a potential short. Coco, it's up for the day. It's an earnings spike, barely up for the day, but it's just underneath the whole number, 31. And when you look at a 5-minute chart, you've got room down to about the 30 mark. So that would be far enough. So this is could be interesting as a short. Problem is that spread is a little bit. I mean, it's not terrible for a $30 stock, but it's not great. Keeps me out of it. All right. Well, HIMS. I'm actually seeing ads for HIMS now. Big ads. Like in a baseball game last night, I saw some ads for HIMS. And I guess if you take a cross section of the people that I saw watching the game in the stands, a lot of them could use HIMS. And this is an earnings play coming up next week. And it's a weight loss drug, guys, just in case you're wondering why I was talking about Hims. This is a weight loss drug or pill. I don't know what. Don't know how it's administered. So the next low looking left. I mean, it's got room. I mean, if it takes out 19, it's got room. Maybe 19 holds it. The VWAP is 2046, so it's below the VWAP, way below the VWAP. 1737 is the next low looking left. So 19 so far is kind of holding it. All right, guys, I've been here seeing the wrapped in the momentum scan, RAPT. But again, it's coming into probably some resistance on the weekly chart. A lot of volume just came in. Don't see any specific news on it. Not an earnings play. Don't see any news on it. That is RAPT. VC from yesterday, guys. VC from yesterday. Above, that's an earnings play, above yesterday's high now. Could be a continuation play, off earnings. Yeah, this could be a continuation play, guys, off earnings. VFC. It has room on the monthly chart. On the on the weekly chart. On the monthly chart, can't see anything stopping it anytime soon. There is the next high. Now that to me is a lot of resistance. Okay, at 2353, but that's far enough away. But look at these two monthly highs right back here, 2353. Okay, so this has room. I mean, VFC does have some room. Wow, why AI? So it got halted on the way down, halted on the way up. Still, I mean, it's still down a huge amount for the day, 26%. Halted again in recovery mode. In recovery mode, because look at this, the halt's at 419, 440 is a potential open. Whoa, and there's a pop for the SPY, guys. The economic calendar, what time is it now? 11:30. Let's see if there's anything. I don't know if there's any auction at 11:30. No. So that's it, guys. 11 o'clock. We had the Treasury buyback announcement, preliminary. Whatever that means. That was at 11 o'clock. Right here. What, you can't see my SPY chart. So right here. So that was the initial reaction, and maybe that was the reaction. A little bit, bit of a down move based on. I didn't. William, did you see? I don't even know what that means. The Treasury buyback announcement preliminary. I don't even know what that means anymore. I know I've asked before, but I forgot whatever you said. Hmm. Oh, that's okay, William. Still kind of watching this VFC, guys. See a lot of these second day continuation of earnings, and I mean, this is above yesterday's high now. VFC. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so question in our YouTube room regarding how does trading with Holly apply to the PDT rule? It's really got nothing to do with it. I mean, Holly is just you know, your PDT rule in the States, as far as I understand, you can only have 3 day trades a week or something to that effect, depending if you have less than $25,000 in your account, or if you don't have a margin account. I mean, you have to really, but Holly's got really got nothing to do with it. Okay. Or nothing to do with it. Whether it's whether it's a Holly alert or anything else you want to trade, that makes sense? It's got nothing to do with the PDT rule. So maybe William or somebody could answer this question for me. So if you've got less than $25,000 in your account in the States, but you don't have, say, a margin account. Say you say, I don't want a margin account. So you buy $10,000 worth of stock, you sell it, you buy another 10,000. So you're not going over your 25, or you have less than 25,000 and you buy $10,000 worth of stock. Say you've got 15,000 in your account, you buy 10,000, you sell it. So now you're back to 15. You do that 4 or 5 times. Can you keep doing that? But if you don't use margin, I mean, that's what confuses me a little bit. I thought as long as if you have a cash account, as long as you know cover every day and you don't ever. Oh, 3 trips a week period. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I did not know. I thought for some reason there was something to do with, and I know it takes a couple, like, covering is like, well, you'll get the funds back the next day, but okay, 3 trips a week period. Okay, thank you, Pepe and William. Okay. So that's your answer, Norrin. It's got really nothing to do with Holly, okay? I mean, PDG rule, zero to do with it. If you have less than $25,000 in your account, you can only have 3 round trips a week, or in a rolling 5-day period. The reason I don't know any of this is I'm in Canada. We don't have that rule. Well, guys, VFC is inching its way up. VFC is inching its way up. VFC is no longer inching its way up, guys. It's on the move. VFC is on the move. Again, it's a continuation, second day continuation of earnings. So, guys, you could easily create a scan as an example of stocks that released earnings the day before and then were above the high of the day before and see what sort of continuation they've got. We see this a lot. I mean, in this particular case, this is working quite nicely. But we see some stocks that have 2, 3, 4, 5 days continuation off earnings. Now I've got to remember where I found VFC. I think it was down here. I think it was in the down here. In fact, I know it was. This is in the upside movers versus downside movers. See, that's what I you see. When you say day trading rules do not apply to cash accounts, but you must abide by cash settlement rules. That's what confuses me. And I thought that they had changed the cash settlement. Instead of a 3-day settlement, it was like the next day or something. Anyway, you know what? I'll let you guys in the States figure it out. Call your broker. Well, now there's DJT now. So DJT now is at the low of yesterday and of course today now. So there's DJT, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. They're still hanging on to their shorts. It sounds a little funny, but they are. Penny, I don't know if you're still around. Did you check earlier in the day whether or not there were shorts available at Interactive Brokers for DJT? I don't know if you're still around, but well, here's this serve, guys. Now, this has been a pretty active one over the last few days. But take a look. Take a look here on the monthly chart. It has still a ton of room, and I think even if I look at a weekly chart, it's going to be about the same. And I'm wrong. Yeah, so not a ton of room, but still room. 14.39. So not quite $2 to the next high in the weekly chart. You know, Fidelity seems to be building a reputation for having shorts, or am I wrong, William? See, that's what I meant. If you trade a cash account with no margin, then the PDT rule does not apply. So again, you have 15,000 in your account. You buy $10,000 worth of stock. You sell it. You're back to 15. And you just keep, as long as you don't go over $15,000. But anyway, I'll let you guys figure it out. Well, it's funny. The only reason I say that, John and William, is because when I say IB has no shorts, a lot of times you're telling me that Fidelity does. Guys, VFC has turned out to be a very nice little trade. Hopefully, some of you were listening and saw what I was talking about. Yeah, okay, you're right. You won't be back to 15 until it settles the next day. But then the next day, you're back. Well, I'm going to pat myself on the back for this one, guys. I don't often do this sort of a trade. Looking at these second day continuation off earnings, but it showed up here. If you're wondering where did it show up, it showed up here in this ticker. It's not showing up here. Oh, it is showing up here too. I've traded some out. I've traded some out now. I don't know where it's going, but and also I'm taking my break in about 15 minutes, so I don't really want to hold on. Yeah, UIS. Is this Unisys? Man, you got to go back a few years, but boy, this used to be a giant corporation. Unisys. So I don't even think they make. See, I used to think they made like hardware also, but maybe they don't anymore. Maybe they never did. Maybe I'm completely wrong. It just looks like though they're completely now a software company. Maybe I'm wrong about Unisys. Yes, thank you. I mean, I thought they were somewhat a competitor to IBM. Mm-hmm. And Sperry ran, yeah. But I'm surprised to see that they only started in 1986. Anyway, this is the one I can't buy. IEP. I'd love to buy it, but I cannot buy it in Canada without having some pop up saying you're going to be subject to U.S. tax regulations or something. So this is IEP, Carl Icon stock. Because look at this. Look at the room it's got. So, guys, I mean, with this large cap gainers, yes, you don't get the wild percentage moves, but you certainly get stocks that are very tradable in here. This one really, can cover the wild moves. And of course, so can the momentum scan. So it's not that we're going to miss these crazy ones. Ooh, HIMS, HIMS. Okay, not really. I'm looking for a 19 break, and it's just sort of hanging around that area. It did make a new low, but remember now, all these are lows for the day. Lows for the day in red, highs for the day in green. Ah, I see dip buyer. Yes. Okay. So that's what you're referring to when you're talking about Sperry Rand and yeah, Burroughs, man. Yeah, huge companies. You guys, give me a moment. All right, guys, back again. Go said go to its CEO. Is that why? Man, I didn't see that. Saw this one earlier. I made a little pun about go going down, but didn't see the reason for it. I mean, it's not an earnings play. Okay, it's not an earnings play officially. They release earnings next week, but they're sort of prepping the market. Where do you see that the guy? Where do you see the guy left? Ah, here we go. Yeah, CEO to step down. Yeah, another interim CEO. So it's the same sort of thing as the fun PHUN guys. When you're so this is not planned. Normally these guys have some kind of a succession plan, and so when you're appointing an interim CEO, that typically means you did not really have a succession plan. So this is an unexpected expulsion, I suppose. Look at VFC, guys. I wish I don't have as much left, but I'm taking my break in about 8 minutes. So you know what I think I'll do is I will create a scan for something like this. Okay, as I said, looking at stocks the day before that had earnings and that are above the high of the day before, and just see. It's easy enough to do. It'll be more like a top list. Okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Andy will be in taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes or 20 minutes, 7 minutes. So I'm still here. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. And what I'll do now is also put the YouTube link in to the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Andy. Mod must be an expensive one. Wow, left $9 on the table. Yeah, but did you make your 0.00001% on your trade like you normally like to do? Boy, DJT is really starting to give it up, guys. Still no shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. Now your next level is the low of 2 days ago, which is around $41. Let's see if that holds it. Hasbro. I wonder if Barbie. I wonder if this is an earnings play. Hasbro on the move here. Not. No, it's not an earnings play. Hasbro's got some room, guys. I mean, the room 68.53, a little bit of room. 68.53 is the next high looking left. And there's some volume came in. Half the volume of the day is right here. Approximately half the volume. Another one that's got some room, Maxion Solar has room. 847 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. I'm hearing ELDN for some reason. Ah, that's in the 10-day daily breakout, ELDN. This was a big one yesterday, actually. So ELDN, and let's look left on that monthly chart. Where could it go? Now, again, on the 10-day daily breakout, I'm kind of not in love with these cheaper ones, but let's take a look at on the monthly chart. Looks like the next high is 413. So it's at 415 now. That high right there is 415. So if it takes that out, then the next high is 439. A little bit of room for Eldon. Yeah, just keep the control key pressed down, or go to the chart you want. Okay, see, I'm pointing at this Eldon right here. Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and now you can just use your scroll wheel on your mouse, and you can zoom in and out. So control key press down on your keyboard, and then you can scroll in and out using your scroll wheel on your mouse. Just give me one moment. All right, guys, I'm back. So I'm just now waiting for Andy to show up. Okay, guys. Now again, the ELDN, it's it's got some room, got a little bit of room. It's above yesterday's high now. ELDN. And there you are. Okay, guys. Andy, I heard a little pop in our YouTube room, so that hopefully means Andy's there. So, guys, I'm going to mute myself now in the main room. We'll see you guys at about 1 hour, around 1 p.m. Eastern time. And now I'm going to get a double dose of Andy this week, right?
You will get a double dose of Andy. Yeah.
Okay, I like it. I
Yeah.
think we
How
got a
about
double
that?
dose last week, didn't we? Have you? No.
Not known last week. I think you got a double dose of Chris, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Yeah, things change around here. I know that. So,
Yeah, they do.
all right,
Oh
Andy.
man,
So,
how's your
what's
day going,
happening
man?
with
What
you
what
today?
was the big winner today?
My big winner, sort of a interesting one. It was from my 10-day daily breakout, and it was ATRC. Now, it didn't rip or anything like that, but once it got rolling over 35, ATRC, it got up to 36.64 or so.
Okay,
But
I
I'm
see.
also in this. I'm also in this VFC right now. I know. Unfortunately, I sold a little bit before because I don't like holding these while I'm on my break, because I do have to step away. But VFC,
Sure.
take a look at
Ah, I
that one.
see that. Yeah.
And that was all about. It's a second day continuation off earnings,
Oh,
and
okay. I
so
see that. Yeah. Oh,
big earnings play
nice.
yesterday took out yesterday's high, and yeah, I mean it's just gently moving its way up,
Yeah. And yeah,
and it's got room.
I like
I
that.
mean, as you
Yes, it
know, it's got
does.
room.
Yes, it does.
So I'm going to do my video on that one right now, in fact.
There you go. That's a good one.
So let
That's
me
what
do
you
it now
call a
before it.
nice little range breakout, the 15-minute
Yeah,
range breakout and then taking out the prior day's high. Yeah.
exactly. So let me do
Yeah.
it now before it collapses.
All right. There,
Yeah.
yeah, really. All right, Barry. Have a good one.
Okay. Thanks, Andy.
Uh-huh.
Bye.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the support webinar. And yeah, if you have any questions, you guys, anybody's been coming in chat and they're sending you over here. This is the place, and we will try to get to it as best we can. If not, we can definitely talk stocks. Started back into my kind of China nibble today. See what happens, but I tell you, some better trades have been, and I missed one today. This A frame was talked about it in my video, but I'm finding these setups are working a lot better than the S type setups where you're kind of hovering around high. You get a lot of tails, topping tails when they try to break out of a multi-month or a year high. But if you get those good pullbacks, and this is what I'm probably going to start looking for more, uh, these nice healthy pullbacks, and then they set up again, and then they pop above two moving averages. And I just it happened early, and I was busy, and I didn't want to chase. But anyway, trying to think of another one that was on the list. Yeah, sprays. This SPRY still, I'm still kind of liking that. It's actually went off this morning. Let me reset that price alert there. But anyway, markets are very strong. Today it looks like it's mostly oil. You get the shuffle around. Oil get killed one day and bounce back the next. Financials are obviously pretty strong. And see ARC, and that's why you get some of these ARC stocks. And this is why I bought this S on a pullback. Nice, off this 10. I actually think I got it a little bit better in my account, closer to 75. But we'll see if that one can work. That's definitely one. It's holding up well, but this market, yeah, I think it has to do with the election. I mean, just a lot of people I think do not want to take a whole lot of risk going into the election, and I totally understand that. And Steve's head keeps popping in here. This playa was a nice breakout there. It's been on the list. Another one that I missed this morning. What I typically will do when I see these kind of stocks setting up is I will buy them uh, the night before, because I know I'm going to be too busy with my current positions and work, and that you're going to miss them. So just buy that setup and keep with a tight stop. Hey, Trader 77. Yeah, yeah. Oil stat. Yeah, you're right. Strat. I think you meant. Oh, stats. Okay. The I know what you're talking. The inventories. Yes, it is Wednesday, isn't it? Right, and you got Nat Gas tomorrow, which has just been a nightmare if you've been trying to trade Nat Gas over the last 3 years. Just, it's ugly. Could have a triple bottom here, but I don't know. They say there's no such thing as a triple bottom, but it usually just plows right through. Might as well put an alert there to see if it ever happens. Yeah, I got this. This Neo is frustrating me. I bought it because it's a much healthier pullback than its peers, but I may have to let it go. You got Lee, who has earnings, after the or pre-market tomorrow, down marginally. You got XPEV down 1.64. Looks like it may want to go to highs at some point. But Neo, and this is the reason, and it's bouncing off its 10 period moving average, and I hope this holds because if it doesn't, I'm going to have to sell a bunch. There you go. Poke your little head up. That's the way I like you to get looking. AI is going to frustrate me today if it doesn't get going. I've been in this thing for several days now, and gosh, that was a big break, a nice breakout above that 26, 2650. Yeah, I thought for sure, well, the day's not over that it would get to this, next high. I mean, that is the next high, but volume died out, and now it's getting droopy. I keep looking at that IONQ, and why not AI? Look at that run, man, from basically $10 all the way to 18. I bought that snaps in after hours yesterday after earnings. I got hit at Andy, can't type. Got hit at 11:26 in after hours, and I sold the last of mine because it got up here and filled the gap and got to close as 200. But this is one I'd like to possibly get on a pullback. Tesla's setting up nicely. I bought some and I scalped it out, a good portion of it, just because I think it probably wants to close like this. This will definitely be one to keep an eye on tomorrow. After earnings, too good. You got, what does Steve always say? 2.5 days. So it's kind of what you got in Tesla, and it's had a nice little pullback. So this would be a nice little 3-day pullback, and then a bar reversal could be explosive as it takes out a major, kind of a. Well, you do got a little noise in here. Guess let's do a trend line on this. Oh gosh, see if that works. There it is. Yep, that's what I ran into. That trend line right there in Tesla. So this could be one, yeah, to definitely watch the next couple of days if you like trading bigger cap stocks. Hey, Roman, Good. I'm glad you enjoying those swing picks. There were a couple of good ones in there today, especially that A-frame, and it's still going. That was a beauty, and I just kicked myself. I need to start just putting buy orders in, buy stops. Uh, and I thought AI was a good one too. It still may be, but it's frustrating me. Spray, not giving up on it, but probably not going to do anything. And CCJ's had a hard time, but it didn't trigger. There's your there's your trigger point in there. Roman, that's uh, a lot of that depends on the market. Okay, so what I'm seeing right now in the market is not a lot of follow through. You're seeing the spies really haven't done a whole lot over the last 2 weeks, and I think it has a lot to do with the election. I mean, basically, we're in the same spot we were a couple of weeks ago, just having a hard time. And so, conditions are like this, I'm quick to scalp some out. I mean, so what I'll do, kind of what I did with Tesla today. I scalped a big chunk of it out, and then I'll sit in some and see if it works. The rest, I'm trying to think of another trade. Well, let's just take that A-frame for example. Had I bought this, typically when I see a setup like this, I'll buy, good size. And, this is a level right here, just running into right now. I would probably consider taking some profits. I mean, it's one thing, if you're buying this on a nice hefty pullback in the market, maybe I would have more staying power. But from what I'm seeing in the market, market always comes first, in my opinion. And there's that AI. Gosh dang, man, that's just let's see. This is a great example. You know, I thought I'd get more push in this, AI, and here I am. It's gonna, head fake. And I'm seeing a lot of this lately. And it's really frustrating because I actually bought AI back over here, and then of course I got too much size yesterday and ended up selling, some for a flat basically in this thing. Uh, but I really thought this one would kind of move on its own, especially with what you've been seeing in PLTR and IONQ. I'm not giving up on it, but I just added some more on that pullback, and so my average price is around 26.40. So yeah, I don't want to see it, completely fail, but that kind of hopefully answers your question. A lot of it depends on the market. Right now, I've in kind of scalping mode. I gotta put alert in this lead, see if it could go. This thing could even go back to go positive. That would be big. That thing could give Neo a little push here. Its 50-day moving average on that Neo is at 39. So let's make sure I have alert in that XPath too. So I'll do this sometimes when I see stocks that are holding up a lot better than something that just got crushed this morning. Uh, just play a sympathy play, and it wasn't too long ago that this thing was up, you know, above $6. So see what happens. But it definitely needs to get back above that 40. That's what I call a turtle head. Always good to see a turtle head after it's been going sideways for an hour. Yeah, it's gonna be real frustrating. And that because that was a big level there at 2650 on that AI. So if it can't, yeah, if it can't hold that, then geez, probably all bets are off. Boy, Mara really frustrated me yesterday. I mean, I made some good money on it because I was in from back over here when Bitcoin was running, so I had a good price. But man, I was loaded up, and I was thinking, this thing's just gonna rip, and it didn't. I ended up having a sell yesterday, but then I bought it back this morning at 1816. Scalped out almost all of it just because I don't trust these things. Oh, the market's gonna get tired on me now. Take a look at some of the big earnings and what they're doing. AMD looks like it may want to break down more. Google, and this is why I very seldom will play earnings. It's the kind of stuff you get. They gap them up too high. But I hope that helps you out there, Roman. As far a lot depends on me. So in other words, if the market, if you catch let's just pull up the spies here, so I give you a good idea. So this is probably a good idea right here. Let's say this market pulled back, and also saw I catch a few stocks on this move right here where it goes back above their 50. To me, in an entry like that, I have a lot more staying power than one where you're way up here near all-time highs. It's having trouble though. That just tells me people, for whatever reason, are not interested in buying right now, or people are interested in selling as well. I mean, you're not going down, but at the same time, you're just kind of coasting along here. So if I'm taking new entries here, I'm more than likely looking to scalp out at least 50, sometimes 75%, pretty quick, and hold on to it last little bit. if I can get a move. It's like this AI, I couldn't get much of a move in that one at all. Take a look some of these. Well, that's an interesting move there. China play. ROM alert. Let me pull this thing down to the 10 period moving average. There's the 50 period moving average, but all right, AI, this is the level you need to hold. It's disappointing, but not surprising. Dale coming through. There's Intel has earnings after the bell. I wonder what just kind of slobbing around, doing nothing. Ah, that's just pathetic. Look at this thing go. Float 167,000. Set alert in there. Saw some of the vaxing. Siga was taken off earlier, but well, that could be setting up again for a push. Even saw GovX run a little bit this morning, but that's typical, which is a little head fake. VRAX was, yeah. Oh, those things are dogs. Yeah, this is one I'll probably just cut if it breaks down through lows. That's the 200-day moving average. So I just got to use that 26.19. So set me alert down there at lows and hope it doesn't go off. We can't stop this thing. See the next tie it's running into its red line there. See if it backs off. Was it Singapore? What is this? Singapore, yeah. Solar. Got revenues. Soul. This is why has it got American flag? This is a Chinese company, right? Hmm. Big level at 22 in IMAX. I think I saw AMC trying to move higher today. All right, Neo, let's poke through that level. Of course, I can see this thing just closing exactly like right now, like it is. Look at that Mullen chart. You talk about a death march. That's that's just ugly. It's CrowdStrike doing that one was also on the list today. Yeah, it's kind of holding up. Got Amazon after the bell today. I think we got yeah, that's actually setting up pretty good for a move going into earnings. Roman, do you get all the four stocks on that email list? Okay, good, good. Well, I caught AI, but it's not working. It could have been a scalp. I'm not giving up on it, man. It's just an action that we have. I mean, yesterday it looked pretty. If you look at yesterday's action, it looked pretty awful right here too, and then bounced back. But yeah, I'm disappointed that it didn't have more oomph to it today. But you've seen that with a lot of stocks, and this is why, yeah, I'm not definitely getting. I don't go home with much, but because a lot of this stuff you can just pick it up the next day, lower price if you want. Take a look. Bit. I mean, bit bit F the other day. I had a really good trade on. I was pretty much loaded up at $2 on this day right here. Sold the last yesterday. I'm not giving up on that Mara. May have to add back in. It's kind of flagging now. CDLX, nice little breaking out of our range there. My little China stocks are kind of rolling. Yeah, I may have to thin out this Neo. So of my positions, this S is holding up the best. Should have bought some of that Mara. Bid a little more at 86. See if I can get hit. Yeah, should have bought it when I said it. Be patient. Attaboy AI. Shake them out. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. That AI was a call. Sometimes I just need to leave these things. It was a call on this day right here. I break above that 3-day high. Yeah, this is one where I should have just took my original position and let it ride instead of jumping in and out. I mean, I made some good money on it, but I made a little bit of money on that first day. But Mara's not going to pull back for me. Another one that traded well was that BTDR. Very low float, big short float. So when that one gets going, it had a huge move on that day. Get going, but feel better if it. Well, it did come back to that high though. Yep. A-frame may have reached its destination for today. And this is kind of what it feels like on the Fridays I normally work, man. Just pretty dead. Scooches up just a little bit. Pretty dead. CLSK's on highs. Take a look at IBIT. Not really doing a whole lot. So these things might just be playing catch up since they didn't do what they were supposed to do yesterday as Bitcoin just kept ramping to highs. Oh, it's frustrating. No, it's not going to come back and get me, is it? Well, that's the benefit of being in some. You don't get too frustrated when you have some. Man, I'm tempted to give this a shot. Hut, Hut, look at Hut, man. It's back up to highs. BT's kind of been the strong leader in that section. Uh, Cipher, Mira wants to go to highs. Dang, I wish I just bought that one when I said it was flagging. Bought a little bit of that BR. Where can you edit my liked symbols? There's IBIT going to highs. You have to do it. You you can go to new, sorry, tools, symbol list, and I don't know if you can do it here. It's been a while. My liked, let's see, edit list. These are something that I have not used this in so long, but let's see if you can do this. Nope, it won't let you do it. I don't think you can do it that way. The only thing you can do is go to my liked. See if they have it. And I don't want to mess up my, go to doc channel bar. Okay, so go to pull up a doc channel bar like this. Okay, and then go into, scroll down. You're going to have to go to show more, where it says show more at the bottom, and click on it. And then you can scroll to my like symbols. And what you'll have to do is basically you can put them in there, and you have to unheart them. So let's say you're on SRNE. Good question. What happened to the heart? See if it's in a regular chart. Huh. Not sure what's going on. Do you? Oh, there it is. There's a heart. Okay, there it is. I was looking up top for it. So what you want to do is find the heart there. Okay, and then you want to undo it. Okay, so you're just going to have to go through them like that. One on one. You cannot do it in the. Uh, I guess it takes a while to show up. There it is. It's just taking a while to show up right now. But once it shows up, you need to take them off, and that's going to remove it from your like symbols. You can't upload them from a file. No, unfortunately, the my like, you can do others, your other lists that way. Okay, so what you want to do, if you have a list that you're following, you want to upload it to a symbol list, and then pull it up on a regular scan, and then you can go through and heart them. Okay, and then that'll add them to your like symbols. I don't know if you can do it. I don't know if you can upload into the my like symbols. I think you have to use the heart. It's a little bit different technology, and you have to use the heart and unhearting. Hope that makes sense. Peppy is saying you can do it from the TI webpage. Okay, interesting, Peppy. So go find do a search in your on the webpage, and find my like symbols, and it looks like you can do it from the webpage. Thank you, Peppy. Let's see. Hi, Stuart. Hi, Andy. When I initially place my intraday trade order, it's normally not a 2-1 or 3-1 reward versus risk. However, if a stock moves in my favor, I will tighten the stop and hopefully get. Yeah, Stuart, that's good trading. I mean, that's kind of what I do when I if I have a stock that's working for me, I typically will not just go in. Let's say this S right here that seems like to be its only thing trying to work for me. Let's say it makes a good move and gets above, breaks out of this range right here, and goes to highs. So I seldom will just pull up and just say, oh, I need to take some profits during the bang. So, but what I'll do is I'll put a stop order, kind of a trailing stop versus, just going in and doing a market order. So Yeah, it does make sense, Stuart. There's nothing wrong with a. Oh, good. Barry dropped it for you in there, Darga. But Stuart, yes, that makes. Okay, you're so are you, Stuart? Are you talking about day trading or swing trading? You're welcome. You're welcome, Darga. Okay, day trading. Same principles apply. Whether you're swing trading or day trading, and uh, yeah, it does make sense. It sounds like you have a good strategy. That's the important thing is, regardless of what your strategy is, if you stick to it and adhere to it, uh, especially the stops. Yeah. When it comes to taking targets, that's so subjective. So I don't like to tell, that's why I don't put a lot of targets. I don't put any targets when I do my swing trading because they're very subjective. Somebody may be buying small size and looking to hold for several months. Somebody may be like me, buying a little more aggressive size and looking to scalp out, in 3 to 5 days. So it's and stops are really the same way. If you're taking a longer term position, you may give yourself, a nice 5 to 7%, to the downside, but you're looking to make 20% to the upside. So uh spy's rolling over here a little bit.
All right, Andy,
Hey Barry,
you can
what's
go.
happening? I can go. All
You
right,
can
Andy,
go because
you can
you're
go.
going to be here Friday, so I don't want you to get too
Oh,
worn
okay.
out.
Yeah.
Is Cole going to do it tonight?
I mean, I hope so. I mean, I'm one of those guys that I don't like either team, but it'd be nice to
Okay.
it'd be nice to see
Yeah.
it stretch out a little bit so you get more baseball.
Well, I was thinking, again, yeah, this whole thing, nobody's come back from 3-0 in the World Series. But here's the deal. Yankees are an excellent team.
Hmm.
So if somebody was up 3-0 playing, I remember when Colorado made the World Series a few years ago.
Hmm.
Yeah. And,
I
I think
do.
they won like 18 of the last 19 games to sneak in, but they got pummeled. They weren't
Right.
really a great team.
No.
So I look at the Yankees, they're a great team. So, if you look at it one day at a time, one game at a time, sure, they could easily come back and, and win the 4 games they've got to. They could because
Sure.
they are a good team. It's not like one team is so vastly superior than the other. So
Right.
that's my take on it anyway. And
No,
Cole, if
no,
he's
no.
going to,
You know what? No one's ever done it, Barry. But guess what? It's going to happen at some point, right?
Mhm.
So why not? Why not this year?
In fact, I don't know if you get Netflix, but Netflix had a great 3-part little series on the 2004 comeback by the Red Sox against the Yankees, and
Oh,
it
okay.
was it,
Yeah.
it was fabulous. I mean, if you love sports, I mean,
I
it's just
remember
all the
that.
old
Well, oh
names.
yeah, I've watched a lot of videos. I mean, yeah, that was. I remember watching it live. What year
No,
would
I
you say?
watched it 2004.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes, yes,
Oh,
that
I
was
watched it
incredible.
live, but you know what? The series because it talked about the year before. I'd forgotten that the year before they almost beat the Yankees. Not coming back from 3 games, but they almost beat the Yankees the year before. And so, they lost in extra innings in the seventh game. But anyway,
Right.
it sets it up really nicely the year before and then the year of, and all the
I remember
players. And
that. Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
it's very cool if you like
Yeah, oh, yeah.
baseball, which I really
Yeah,
do.
yeah, it was fun. You got the
Yeah,
had the Big Poppy and
big
all
Poppy,
those.
exactly. But
I like listening to him in the pre
Big
and post
Poppy, I
game.
mean, he came from Minnesota, and he was like, let's get rid of the guy. And it's not like he excelled right off the bat with Boston. In fact, he wanted
Right.
to be traded again because he wasn't being played. I mean, it's amazing now when you look at his career in Boston, but
Oh,
these are
sure.
all things I had forgotten about.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, guys, sorry about that. This is Andy and I, Sports Talk, and we like to do this for about 2 or 3 minutes
You're
before.
fading on me again, but you must have pulled away from your mic.
Yeah, I did. I
There you
know.
go.
I'm not a professional DJ yet. Okay, Andy, thanks so
All
much.
right, buddy. Well,
We'll
man,
see you in a
take
couple of
care.
days.
All right.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
bye. All right, guys, I've taken back the screen, get my music going. Thank you, Pepe. By the way, thanks to Pepe for for giving me the link for the account management. So that was for Abhishek. Okay. And just give me a moment as I get rid of, get rid of the announcement. So, guys, my VFC is still hanging in there. It hasn't quite broken through the next whole number. Well, what am I saying? It actually, yeah, well, it hasn't quite broken through. It got a little bit above it, and so now I'm right at the stage where I might have to, depends on what happens on this bar right here, dump the rest of it. Don't have that much left, unfortunately, but wonderful little move. While I was gone, though, look, I know I mentioned this one before I left. Look at the move that this MAXN did. So this was right at 1150 here. So this is where I saw it, and what a move it made. I mean, it went from 750 all the way up to 1127. It's pulled back, and I was going to pop in, but I thought, nah, you know what? Don't want to. Because look what it did. It pulled right back to the VWAP, 944, 954 or so, right here. And then, I'm sorry, right. You know what? That VWAP, I think, changed because, of course, a lot of volume came in later. But anyway, it seemed to hold an area. But MAXN, what a move it made. All right, IVDA making a little bit of a move, but you look left and it's too much, to me anyway, too much interference. Looking left. So three trades today, guys: the ARTC, the VFC, and then the loss and the NRDS. So just three trades today for me. But the ATRC was a very nice one for me, anyway. You keep talking about Go. I actually was looking at Go as a potential short when you were talking about it. Well, yeah, look at that. I was looking at shorting it right, yeah, right about here. And I see it's popped up a little bit. The VWAP is 1466. Well, that's a long way, but to me, it looks like it could stall right here, around 14. All right, guys. What was I should know this, but I haven't really checked. The VFC. Yeah, so the relative volume is still pretty good, 3.9. Okay, and obviously the volume is good. So, because if I create a scan that looks at stocks that had earnings yesterday and then put that filter in, the position in the day's range, so it's above, could be interesting. Or somebody else could do it. Coffee. No, no coffee, guys. Water and honey. My voice is just getting, I must be talking more than I normally do. How many zeros is that? One, two, three, four, five, six, maybe seven, eight. So there is the big resistance now, okay, for VFC on the monthly chart. It still has some room, a little bit of room if it can take out 23 again in a decent way. But I would be looking at this monthly chart and there are basically two highs right around 23.50. So that to me is where it'd be hard for me to believe it'll take that out. Yeah, my last day I'll do that, William. Do a little rum sipping all day and tell you guys what I really think. Are you kidding me? I'm trying twigs. Is it over $1 again or okay, you're just being sarcasm dripping through my monitor. TWG. Cool. A bottle of champagne. Well, maybe I'll do that. It's coming though, guys. Yeah, it's not going to last forever. All right, let's take a look at this MAXN. So, I mean, it did get as high as a little over 11, I think, 11, 11.19. Get a browser chart here. All right, guys, some volume's coming into COMM, Some volume is coming in, and it hasn't popped it really. COMM. The high last month was 706, so it's sorry, 675, so it's above that high. Yeah, so this has a look about it that it might want to run from 7 a bit. Let me back up on the monthly chart to see where that next high is. So 725 is the next high in the monthly chart, and that was about a year and a half ago. That is for COMM. Not an earnings play. No, this got pretty ugly, guys. I mean, Pro is still way up. It's still up almost 10%, but it's been fading all day long. It's at the low of the day. PRO earnings play, but it has been fading all day long, basically. That is Pro. All right, guys. One last look at my homepage and the information you can find, including the scans. I think I'll try to build that little scan I was talking about. Top list anyway. All right, guys. So this is how you can take out a subscription, and a nice promo we have on right now, 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. That'll really help to keep this room free. Okay, it's that simple. Let's do the get started. 10 short videos. Try to encapsulate all the important aspects of trade ideas in these 10 short videos. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Of course, starting off with a download and install and your first startup and login. Okay. And Trading 101. If you're brand new to trading or relatively new to trading, this is for you. This is a whole series of videos designed for people who are new to trading. All free, about 38 videos. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You can sign up for it here, and you'll get it before the market opens, before Monday morning. Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. I love Prosecco. I really do. Nothing like a spritzer in the summer with Prosecco, Aperol, and club soda, and a little ice. Delicious. Click here, education section. Sorry, guys, little digression. Here are my scans, guys. So if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here are my scans. So this is the race that you can actually see now, okay? The large cap gainers. I am sharing this one. Well, I'm sharing every one of the scans you see here, but the only ones that you can actually see that you can see on the shared monitor. The large cap gainers right here. Pulse resumes over here. Now remember, I did a reboot of Trade Ideas, so that's why this is now not. If you have this one from the beginning of the day, it's going to be loaded and change. Relative strength leaders is here. This one is underrated, guys. It really is underrated. Ticker tape, highs and lows, two competing strategies, two competing scans, one for the upside, one from the downside, with very similar filters. And the cylinder tells you what's the ratio of the stocks. Like 61% have been green coming through versus 39% in red, as an example. All right. And then the upside mover, and then this is it, upside movers versus downside movers. And then the scan that I natter about all day long is this one. They don't repeat. Again, it's not full anymore because I did a reboot. But the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, what's happening outside my window? All right, guys. So I see that DJT tried to have a little bit of a bounce, but is now being sold off again. Still no shares available at Interactive Brokers for me to short. Okay. Sorry, guys. In YouTube, I put two links in there accidentally. So that noise you hear is not my computer. It's the second day of leaf blowing and cleaning up. So, in case you're wondering. Yeah, I'm just well, if I can't short immediately, I'm not going to do it. So I've never ever tried to call IB to find shorts. I mean, the first thing would be able to get through, and the second thing is by the time they found them, do I still want to short it? How does that work? How does that work though? If they let's just say out of curiosity, okay, right now DJT is at 40.46. Let's say I phone IB and I finally get through to somebody, and what do they say? They say, okay, yeah, we found some share, 10,000 shares or whatever. Okay. How many do you want? I say, okay, give me 500 shares. But it'll be at the current price, of course. And by the time I get through and all, it may not be where I want to short it. I'm assuming. So that's why I never do it. All right, guys. Looks like I'm going to get out of the VFC. It's just struggling to get through that 23. Boy, this one is getting hammered down ahead of earnings next week. This Baldwin Group, BWIN. No. Okay, guys. So this noise outside my window is too Distracting, just like I'll just put myself on mute. They're going to be there a while. So so Blue Orca got after Baldwin. Can't hear it? Really? Okay, well, interesting. All right, EYPT, EYPT. Let's see, another nice one, hugging that 10 SMA. Look at the room EYPT's got. Well, it's getting closer now too. 2156, guys. Wow. I mean, look at EYPT. I don't remember. I sort of remember this day in which it absolutely popped. And it's eye disorders. Yes, I do remember that. But since the high of 31, it's back down to 6. And look at this little move here, though, because again, look at the room this has got. EYPT. It's an earnings play. I did not realize this. It is an earnings play. And so now on the daily chart, though, the next high still far enough away, guys. This could be interesting for those of you, looking at something like this, because this has got some room. 1281 is the next high. So 50 cents to the next high for a $12 stock. Not too shabby. Okay, guys. Now I actually do see that Nerd Wallet NRDS is over 15. Now, let's see what it's looking like. It had a late day run, 1511. So has this little pop here. High of the day, not that far away from it, 1520. This one I lost a little bit on. The monthly high is 1638. That's what attracted me to it. And of course, it did show up in the 10-day daily breakout. All right. Not for the faint of heart, but here's drug, guys. DRUG. This is a gap down and reverse right at $50, doing its thing again. It has not really collapsed. I mean, one might say, well, wait a minute, it got up to $80, but it came from nothing. So it is still hanging in that $50 level. Good exit by me so far on the VFC. This is another one of those IPOs, I think. Yeah, XCH out of China. Sorry, this is the one that's out of Germany. Out of Germany, very few IPOs out of Germany that are on the U.S. stock exchanges. An EV play, that's right. This is an EV play. Okay, guys, this one's not showing up. LXFR on a monthly chart. Looks like it's got room. It's an earnings play. See all these companies that are releasing earnings that most of you have probably not heard of? I mean, that's why I love it. And $15. So $15 taking out. Back this monthly chart up a little bit more. Where could it go if it took out $15? The next high is 1650 or so on the monthly chart. So it would have some room on a monthly chart anyway. And that is for LXFR. What a disaster. Well, disaster in that it could not even remotely hold its gains, THAR. THAR, right up to 650 and receives positive regulatory feedback from EMA, the European Medicines Agency. Okay, that's what that stood for. And so that popped the stock way up here. I mean, it's still up 100%, but it's been basically fading all day. Nerds is going to go up me, I think. NRDS, yeah, starting to look better. 1521, 1522. That's the best spread I've seen all day. One can't get any better. 1 cent. So you can see EV and X. I have an alert set around the 12 level. And why? Well, if it does take out 1283 is the next high. It's an earnings play, maybe tomorrow. I have no thoughts whatsoever on an earnings play, Abhishek. Okay, you're asking me about Peloton earnings. I have no thoughts whatsoever. If you're asking me, do I think it's going to do good, well, or bad? I have no idea. I know. I think they kind of surprised last time, but I have no idea. I don't trade earnings. Okay, I don't trade earnings in that. I'm going to scour the internet to see what the consensus is regarding Peloton's earnings. They release for the market opens tomorrow. And if I found, great consensus, then okay, I'm going to take the trade. No, I don't do that. Somebody else might want to chime in, but not me. I just don't trade earnings. I trade earnings. Don't get me wrong. I want to know companies that have released earnings. Okay, but I will never hold through earnings. And I mean, if you're looking at this daily chart and you think, wow, okay, well, I guess a lot of people must think earnings are going to be pretty good. I mean, look how it's been bid up and up and up and up. Seen this before. Then tomorrow you wake up, giant candle down. Or it could keep going. It could keep going. I mean, but for me, it's too much of a gamble at the risk of offending somebody. Okay, give me a moment. I'm just going to tinker with something here on my other monitor. Well, just give me a moment, guys. I'm just building something here. I want to see if this makes sense, what I've just done. Yeah, I think I've done this correctly, guys. So these are these are stocks, okay? No revelation there, but these stocks, and you can see where the VFC is right here, okay? So what I did was I said, okay, show me a stock today that is above yesterday's high. That's simple enough to do, but that had its earnings action the day before, or on that day. I'm sorry, had earnings on this day. Okay, the earnings action on this day, and is above the high of yesterday. So you can see exactly. I believe all these should be like that. I mean, obviously the VFC is fits the bill. Take a look at Haywire. Yeah, look at this. Yeah. So H lit. Yeah. Okay. So and these are now. I know it says down, but I mean these are up because these are above yesterday's high. Well, let me clean it up a little bit because also I'm like you can just flip it and see the ones that have reacted and now on the way down. So let me just clean this up just a little bit. First of all, I want to rename it. Just give me Ah, son of a. How long have I been muted? Well, okay. I don't know if you. Well, no, so you must have heard me. You want me to share the scan, so you must have heard all that. So again, what these two scans do, these are not scans exactly. They're top list windows, okay? And let me sort on this. So again, just a recap. So if you look at Sophie, SOFI, this is what it's trying to find. A stock that had earnings yesterday, which Sophie did. Okay. When I say yesterday, it could have been after hours the day before or pre-market the day before. I'm sorry. It could have been after hours the day before yesterday or pre-market yesterday. Okay. That's what I call an earnings play. Well, obviously Sophie was one. And then it has to be above the high of yesterday. And as you can see, Sophie is. So every one of these will look like that. You'll see a earnings candle or an earnings bar, and then it should be above the high of yesterday. And then the reverse is earnings down. So if I look at CVI, no, another earnings play, and there was the low of yesterday, 1745, and here we are at 1707. This could be a good scan, guys. Maybe using it as a scan with a trigger of a new low of the day or something. I don't know. But at least this is drawing our attention to those. So if you want them, here they are. First of all, we're going to have to, well, save them both. Save or share to cloud. Save and share. Okay. So this is the earnings continuation up. And then the next one is the earnings continuation down. Okay. So those are these two scans. Okay. I'll actually have them up and not scans. They're top list windows. And I've sorted them on the stocks that are up the most. Well, not up the most, shouldn't say that. Near the high of the day. This is a position in the day's range. So they're near the high of the day. That's how I've sorted them. How now listen, obviously you can take the two scans and you can, configure them the way you want. I would, just have to leave these two in, the stocks where the price was at least 100% above the low of the range. And then this is, this will make sure it's just the earnings plays we want to see. But if you want to change the price, you want to change, anything else, the price range or the minimum volume or add something, go ahead. I would just leave these two in, these two filters. Do I set up background colors green and orange, or is this done automatically? No, that's user defined. And if you're going to ask me how, I did it so long ago. Yeah, I mean, this is a really tough one to navigate. Okay, I did so long ago. I don't even remember how I did it. You can see zero. So if it's less than zero, it'll be in orange. If it's greater than zero, it'll be in green. Zero meaning the change from the close. But I did that so long ago. That's just my color coding overall. If I see something in, it makes sense a little bit. If I see something in green, green or light blue or blue, that for me, if depending how I've color coded this, and this is simple to color code. Okay, your scans, you just go right click, properties, and select colors, and it's so simple. I know bullish alerts or bearish alerts. Okay, and this is just a color palette, and you can just pick your combination. This is the foreground. It's the background. Things like that. It's very, very simple to do. And so for me, yeah, I mean, green is good, orange, yellow, bad. Okay. Yeah, I see a little bit of drop in the market now. So the Dow is up just a bit. Nas is down a little bit. SPY is down a little bit. All right, guys. So it's 1:41. So what I've been doing is putting myself on mute at around 2 o'clock. I'm still here. If you have a question, please, if you got some questions, please ask. But I typically put myself on mute at about 2 o'clock. Sitting still here at my desk. Hop back on the mic if there's a question. Or if I have something brilliant to say, but seriously, and then I usually take off at around 2:30. But William says he will keep the room open until about 4 o'clock. As long as there's some action in the room, he just doesn't want to talk to himself. Not talk, but post to himself. Not required by Draw or William to keep this room open after I leave. Okay, it's not required. And YouTube, I have to shut you guys down completely. But before I leave, I will put the link to get into the main trading room if you want to head over there for the last hour and a half. I sure like the look of this top list now. It's very interesting. I don't know why I didn't ever do this. I didn't do this before. You see them early on in the day, and depending how they look, you might just take a trade going in that direction as long as they've got room. Most of the time, they'll probably have some room. The reason being is that usually it's a gap up. And the interesting thing, of course, is look at, I mean, this was a great reaction to earnings, okay, but it wasn't a continuation up. This is now a move down. Ask a question. I have probably answered a thousand. Actually, no, not that exact question. Well, of course you will. Okay, but you understand. Well, will I miss anything by going to a 5 minute time frame instead of a 1 minute time frame? I mean, in theory, you will, but understanding that a 1 minute time frame can be very volatile, up, down, up, down, up, down. That's why I don't use anything less than a five, and even the five. I just sort of started using a five. I don't know, several months ago. The lowest I used to have for years was a 15. I don't like a one. It's just too choppy, up and down, up and down. But will you miss something that starts in the 1 minute and just keeps running? Sure. But for all the ones that do that, you might get 30 others that don't. But I'm sure there are some in the room that use 1 minute charts. I mean, we get people asking for 10-second charts for goodness sake. So I'm sure there are some in the room that use 1 minute charts and they found a way to make money doing it. More power to you. Well, but that's why, Tony, I mean, I would never say to anybody, no, you should never use a 1 minute chart, a two or three or a four, because I don't have anything less than a five. I would never say that. There are a myriad of trading styles out there. Okay. So the trick is to find the one that makes that makes sense to you and that you can make money doing it. You're welcome, Tony. You're welcome. Whew. Well, the honey has helped. William, 99% of the people in this room will have no idea why you said that. No idea. Well, I'm liking the look. Nobody reads anymore, William. If it didn't happen in the last 2 years, it didn't happen. There you go, Rich. Well, I knew you'd know. Guys, I mean, I would really watch this tomorrow. Okay, we're in earning season. We'll get quite a few probably. I would watch these two tomorrow. Earnings continuation up or earnings continuation down. Now, it's sort of not correctly named. Okay, the reason I say that is because because there was a stock that was up. I can't remember the one that was up, but it was below. So it wasn't a continuation play on the way up. I'm not sure I get that unless you're Roman numeraling me. XI, Xi. Oh, that's no, you're not Roman numeral. You're not Roman numeral. Can say it numeraling me. Oh, I see. I was wondering if that was the The president or president of China, Z. Okay. I did not know that. I sort of knew it. You're talking about the cartoon being banned in China. Sort of knew it. And we're in the deep recesses of my brain. I think it was sitting there, but sorry guys, I know we're just off topic right now. But listen, ask questions. I'm going to put myself on mute real soon. So ask questions. Saw this RXT guys on the move here. RXT was on the move. Did not take this trade, but it was on the move. RXT, let's take a look on a daily chart. I think that's one reason I didn't like it completely. 281 is the next high. All right, William, you're incessantly talking about Go. So okay. Oh yeah. So that little 14 break now. Oh, and I guess it got up to 14 for you. That's where you wanted it to go, right? Up to 14, and then you wanted to take the short. Yeah, the CEO left. Definitely the CEO left. And it is not quite an earnings play. They're guiding, I guess. Okay, Captain. November 5th, but they're well, maybe it is a bona fide earnings play. Reported reduced, reported. Well, I don't know. Maybe that should have said reportedly reduced. I don't know. I don't know. I don't see it's a full earnings play really, but CVNA, the captain favorite. I know you've been all over all this insider selling that's been taking place. Okay, so atomic, I love this name, atomic primate. Question about the simulator. If you completely, I'm assuming you're saying Rune, you're starting under 100K into zero, then what? Tomorrow you'll start off with 100K again. Okay. It'll kind of balance it into 100K for you tomorrow. It just prevents you from trading today. So whatever you did, I wouldn't do it again. whatever you think was going to work. It's how you learn exactly. But the only thing I would say, Atomic, is try to trade. Try to do things that make sense. In that, I don't know what your account size. You don't have to tell me. I don't care what it is. But let's just say I'll say let's say it's $15,000 or $20,000. So yes, you have access to $100,000 in the simulator with 4-to-1 margin, I guess. So have access to, unless they change that. But I wouldn't trade like you had $100,000, if you understand what I mean. I would trade like you have whatever your true account size is. If that makes sense. Okay, so the question is, how did I do that? AR or the yeah ART, not ARTC. I think it's something a TRC. Yeah, a TRC. So this is what. Well, first of all, it's an earnings play. Okay, so I'm going to follow stocks that have earnings a lot because I think they're going to be pretty active all day long. So this showed up. I don't know. I had to do a reboot. I wonder if I can. Let me see if I can do a history. I don't know if this. For some reason, the history kind of got screwed up when I did it the other day. I know it happened at 9:45. There we go. 9:45 at 35:20. So I had an alert, and I really like this. Don't repeat 10-day daily breakout. Okay, but look what happened at 9:45. See if I can click on it and might. Okay. So what happened is that the spread wasn't great at 35.20, and I know it drifted down to 35, and then for me. I mean, I it looked to me like it was starting to settle down. So that is where I ended up taking it. Okay, just a little bit above 35. I think it was 35. Yeah, but 35, I want to say 35.15. So a little bit underneath the actual alert. But to me, it looks like because I kept saying, I want to see if it can hold 35, that whole number. But the spread wasn't great. And because the spread wasn't great at the beginning, when it got up to the 50-cent level, I decided to take some off, just a little bit off, in case it did its thing again, because it did get down to 34.80 at one point, okay, from that alert. And then after that, it worked out beautifully. It got over 36, it got up to 36.65. And as it was actually that candle right there, as it was moving back down to 36, I got rid of most. And then I think it was on the break of 36, I got rid of the rest of it. And that was it. But this took a lot of patience. I mean, I was watching this for about 10 minutes before I took the trade. And of course, one of the reasons is when I looked left, there was all sorts of room. I won't even see it on a weekly chart, but yeah, it had enough room for me to take the trade. I'd rather tell you more about the VFC trade. Do you mean if I'd lost on the trade? Actually, like lost on the trade when I got in, I would have got out underneath 35. So in other words, are you saying if I hadn't made money on the trade, where would I put my stop? But I understand that's me. Okay, yeah. So I would have, I'm just a whole number freak. So if it had dropped down through 35 again, I would have been out. My whole thing is about watching to see how well, in my opinion, how well a stock is holding a whole number. and is it finally settled down in my opinion, how I see things? Is it finally kind of looking like it wants to hold that whole number? But I'd rather talk about the VFC trade because that is a very cool one, I think, anyway. Got an alert in this scan right here, the upside movers versus downside movers. Once it got up here, I think around 21.95. And so it was showing up on the crawl down here, and it was actually showing up here too. Okay, but it was showing up on the crawl. That's where I saw it. And the minute I saw it, I clicked on it, and I remembered that it had earnings the day before. I did remember that. And then when I saw this, I thought, oh, cool. What if it can take out the whole number of 22, and then it'll be above the high of yesterday? And so maybe this will be one of these kind of little bit of a continuation off earnings. And so that's why I ended up taking this trade. It worked out really nicely. Got up, almost 80-cent move for me. It's amusing, SK. The problem is I have a very, if you know understand the term, I guess pilots flying by the seat of your pants. I mean, I have a feel for things, and they don't always work, of course, but I have a feel for what I'm seeing. It's not necessarily that, okay, this is above this moving average and it's moving above a certain area, or it's a fib or it's a pivot point or anything like that. I just have kind of a bit of a feel for things. And again, sometimes they work. Most of the time they do. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this, but sometimes they don't work. But when they don't work, I'm out of the trade pretty quickly. I don't have the biggest thing I can ever pass on to anybody. I do not have devastating losses because I have a stop and I religiously obey it. And sometimes I'll get out before the stop if I don't like the way it's trading. If I just don't like the way it's trading, I always reserve the right to get out before the stop and always get back into the trade. Biggest thing is looking left. Just look left. I mean, if you see a lot of room looking left on a daily or a weekly or a monthly chart. So when I say, I want to see, ideally, you're going to be able to look left on a daily chart and see the next high. But if you can't, then, go to the weekly chart. And in the last resort is going to the monthly chart because I just want to, I'm not going to take a trade unless I see a lot of room. Now, you might say, well, how much room is a lot of room? Well, of course, it all depends on the price. I mean, if a $1 stock, if it's got room to $1.30, great, 30 cents. But if it's a $50 stock and it's got 30 cents away, I see a high, not as good. Well, I guess it's instinct, Shaw. I guess you could call it instinct, feel, whatever term you want to use. Well, Corey, I mean, the only thing is, I mean, a big winner. I mean, a big winner can come from a stock that obviously has a lot of room. It can come from a stock that doesn't have that much room and just wants to keep going, of course. But probably you put the odds a little bit more in your favor if you start looking left and you start to see like a lot of room in which a stock can keep moving until it hits that next high. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to get there. Of course it doesn't, but I like to phrase it that I take one aspect of why a stock won't keep going higher out of the equation, and that is the next high is far enough away. But listen, I see people in this room, and they take trades which I wouldn't take at all, and they work for them. Okay. Steve actually is a good example with his trades of the week. I Most of the ones I would not look at because he's saying get in at a certain price, and I look left and I say, "Oh, wait a minute, there's a high that's fairly close," and so I wouldn't take that trade. And there's others in the room that do the same thing. When I look, I say, I wouldn't take that trade. I'm not going to say that out loud, because that's their style. And I'm not going to belittle anybody who takes a trade just because it doesn't meet my setup. Well, Corey, I'm telling you, the ability to cut your losses and obeying your stops is critical, in my opinion. Okay, you know, finding stocks that really, really run. I mean, it's not easy. I mean, we see some of these absolutely crazy ones that go to like 2 to 20. I'm not in most of those. Not in. I'm not usually in stocks. I'm not usually in a stock at 2 and get out at 20. Now, have I been able to trade things in a fairly decent fashion? But I will always take some profit on some of these crazy ones, the little floaters, when they have a big pop, because I'm always wary that big pop can have that big drop almost immediately. Yeah, Intel. So is Intel an earnings play today after hours? Yeah. So no, yeah. Well, oh, tomorrow. It's after the market is tomorrow. So look at Intel right now, guys. I mean, it had a nice little, didn't have a little pop a little while ago, because this was an all-time low. It's at one point. Intel. Hmm. I think we've seen that, haven't we? This rumor or something like it. I'm just looking. I'm just seeing if there's any news in my IB headline news. I don't see that, but I think, yeah. Well, that could be maybe. But look at its lifetime range, guys. 7.7 in red. So again, if you're unfamiliar with that means, imagine if we could have a lifetime candle for Intel. Right? It's absolute high versus its absolute low. Okay, a big lifetime candle. This would be right at the very bottom. Only seven, like just the very very bottom, like 7.8%. Then we went TFFP, guys. This one, of course, a few months ago got up to 10 and came right back down to 2. And now it's trying to have a bit of a run here. Volume is coming in on the 15-minute chart. Volume is coming in. TFFP. Now looking left, 276. So even if first of all, it's very extended, okay. But if it weren't extended, I wouldn't be taking this trade, because I'm looking left on that weekly candle or on that weekly bar, 270. If it took that out, or could it keep going? Yeah, 3. So for me, there's not enough room. Doesn't mean it's not going to rip right through all this. I mean, there's something happening, obviously. I don't know what it is, but Okay, guys, so I think I'll put myself on mute now. If you have a question, I'll hop right back on. Yeah, Corvette, I'm muted. Maybe you don't see the announcement. If you have a question, I can answer, but otherwise, I'm just muting myself. Yeah, so guys, I'm sort of eyeballing this pro as a short here underneath the whole number. Still up, 7.5%. It's an earnings play, but it's been fading all day long underneath this whole number. I'm kind of eyeballing it as a maybe a bit of a short. Obviously, it's got a ton of room to the next low. It was yesterday's low, 1880. Okay, guys, getting close to wrapping this up for me. Okay, I have your seal of approval. Thank you, William. Okay, so for those of you in YouTube and who still want to talk stock, if you click on my homepage link, go to the top, you'll see at the very top, you'll see trading room. Okay. See right at the very top, trading room. So that is how you can get into the trading room. I call the main room. If you want to, William will keep that room open until about 4 o'clock, probably maybe a little after, depending on what earnings there are coming after. But okay, so that's for those of you who are still in YouTube. Okay, guys, so I think I will wrap this up for me. Thanks for all the help, as always, all day long. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The main room will be open probably, I think draw has been opening at what time? About 4 o'clock Eastern, four in the morning Eastern, a little even earlier. No, 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 no. Sorry, that's Pacific. So anyway, we'll see you tomorrow. Again, I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to stop the screen sharing now in the main room. I'm now muting myself in the main room. And now, YouTubers, I will have to shut you down. Okay. So we'll see you guys tomorrow at around 9 o'clock on the mic.